Hi everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Sorry for the delay. Well, anyway, I'll introduce myself first. I am Faire, idol philosopher and justice incarnate. And you won't believe what happened today. Today has been the day of tech issues. So first, around an hour ago, the power went out. I think, not sure if it was just my house or the whole area that I live in due to bad weather. And then I was thinking, okay, if it doesn't come back on, the thing is, the power already went out last night because it was like raining really bad, and then went out again. And I was thinking like, okay, if it takes more than like, I don't know, like half an hour to come back on, then I might have to like postpone the stream until another day. And then it came back on after like a couple minutes, which was good. And then I had everything set up, like I had like OBS set up and stuff. And then the power went out again at like 1:58, like 2 minutes before I was supposed to start stream. And then I was like, well, fuck, like, you know, fuck my life. Like maybe the stream isn't like meant to be. I was once again thinking like maybe I'm gonna have to like postpone this. And then you know, Leon came and you know, took a look at things, and then we got my computer turning back on for a second time, and then I loaded up VTube Studio, and it told me like my model file was corrupted and wouldn't load. And I was like, excuse me? This is never, like this, honestly, I don't know what that was about. That's never happened to me before. I didn't know that was possible. But, thankfully, I had actually backed up my model recently. So I just took the backup and I loaded it into the correct folder. And all is working as it should be. So yeah. How's your day been? And then before this, I took a nap earlier today. I was really tired. I basically had breakfast. I like went back to sleep, and I think I slept for about maybe an hour or two, and then I woke up in time for stream, or it would have been it would have like been like it was in time for stream, but that I ended up being late anyway due to circumstances that were beyond my control, which is kind of unfair and frustrating. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to vent about that. Also thought it might be an amusing story. Anyway, hi everyone. hello Tara and Leon and Tyler. Tara says, I blame Karis. That's a safe bet. You know, maybe Karis has like weather control powers we just don't know about. It's corrupted because you lent it to Axe? That's not how it works. Like the copy of my model that he has is like forms like a separate branch from my model. It doesn't like it's not like a circuit that like links back to like my copy of my model. Like what the fuck? Anyway, today was supposed to be it's supposed to be a stream where I talk about self-growth, and also it is my first chatting stream back after my hiatus. The first chatting stream I've done in a while. Let's see. What have I been streaming lately? So since I announced my hiatus, I've done 2 streams. I did a gaming stream. It was Refined Self, and then I also did the April Fool's Day stream with Axe just the other day, where we I'll talk about that later. Sounds terrifying. Glad you had a backup. Yeah, it was. And hi Ed, and like it kind of like gave me like a 1-second heart attack, and then I realized like, okay, you know what? I have the scary part is not knowing what caused it, but I do have backups, so like it should be fine. Maybe later I can poke around and what's the word? Poke around and like try to like maybe like ask around and see what the potential cause of like model corruption is. My only guess right now is that it's caused by what's it called? My my PC shutting down suddenly while YouTube Studio was open. Actually, you know what it was? I think that the second shutdown was caused by my, I think had something to do with my iPhone, which was tracking my model at the moment. Might be onto something. Oh, Frost is hi, Leon. Hi, Tia. Hi, Frost. It's been a while. Also did the male loneliness stream. Oh yeah, that's true. Although that wasn't on my channel. Anyway. Hiatus. What was that about? So, a few weeks ago now, on March 17th, I announced that I was going on hiatus rather suddenly. That day, I was supposed to be streaming a birthday stream for my husband Leon. But I woke up that morning. So here's how here's how that day went down from my perspective. I woke up that morning grieving. And if you're wondering what I was grieving, nobody like died. Like I didn't like physically lose like a person in my life. It was part of the trauma healing process. And I woke up I woke up in the morning feeling like I had been hit by a truck of grief. It was like all consuming. And I just knew like I just knew that I shouldn't be streaming that day, and that the right thing to do was to take time off to focus on that. So I made the difficult decision of first canceling the stream and then later announcing that I was taking a break from streaming. That just felt like the right thing to do at the time, and I think in hindsight it was the right decision to make. I guess it's just a bit of a shame that the stream ended up not happening, because it could have been fun, but you know, Leon and I still managed to have our own little private celebration. And as for exactly what the stream was supposed to be, because I realized that I never like talked about that publicly. I might reveal that at a later point, what it was supposed to be. Frost says, it has been a while. My old laptop's motherboard randomly went. I can't read that. I gotta open the. I gotta read on from YouTube instead of OBS. Zap. So it's machineless. Machines for 1.5 months. That's 6 weeks. That's crazy. Man, no wonder you were. Yeah, no wonder we haven't seen much of you. I'm sorry that happened. And it took that so long to, I presume, find a replacement or get that fixed. But it's nice to see you back. Thank you for joining us. Ed says getting a UPS would be a good idea just in case. You know how much I know about tech when I don't know what UPS stands for. I guess all I think of when I read the acronym UPS is the fucking the company, like the delivery company. Komi says hello, can't stay today, but I'm glad you're doing well and outgrown. Thank you. That's a very nice comment that tickles my heart, Komi. No worries if you can't stay. It's very thoughtful of you to drop by nonetheless. Look into it, good idea. Mental health days are super important. Glad you took some off, Tia. Yeah, thanks. UPS is a postal service. Yeah, but like, okay, but what does that have to do with what I said? Is that not what I said? But it has another tech related meaning that I am not privy to, not yet anyway. Hello, Ak-senpai. Sorry to hear you had to go through that experience, Tia. But you did the right thing by taking some time to attend to your own well-being. Yeah, I think so too. There was a bit of opportunity cost involved with taking a break, but yeah, I do think it was the right call to make in hindsight. And I'll expand on why that is as the stream. It will become apparent why. I think, like, as the stream goes on, it will become, I think, apparent why that is, and why I think that. An uninterruptible power supply. Okay, that's what that stands for, but what exactly does that mean? Why is it uninterruptible? How does that differ from a normal power supply? Enlighten me. What was I saying? So on the 17th, I canceled my stream and announced that I was going on hiatus, and then and yeah. So basically, the theme of this stream is me talking about mental health and self-growth, and some of the, you might call, like, mental models that I've stumbled upon and used to try to that I found helpful. And so if you're interested in that kind of thing, then this stream will be right up your alley, because that's what we'll be talking about today. Now I see like 5 guys in chat like mansplaining to me what this exotic technology is. Hi Berserker. Nice to see you. I hope you're having a good day. It's basically a battery. It's basically a big battery, so if power goes off, the computer can stay on for a bit. When you pull your switch out of the dock, it doesn't shut off, just goes into handheld mode. Okay, that's been the most helpful explanation so far. Naruhodo. A UPS is a huge battery that substitutes your house's power if when you have a random outage. Wait, so is this something that attaches to your computer or to your house? Those are 2 very different things. I know. I'm just being cheeky. For Tia explaining, what's Tia? What is Tia explaining? How do you define Tia explaining? What are some times that I have Tia explained? The mansplaining will continue until more hours. What is this sentence? is this sentence? I'm telling Karis. I'm not falling for the trap of explaining to you, explaining. No, do it. Do it. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. Also, I know Axel's making a joke. It's the I'm trying to remember the meme or the it's like the what's the original, like the layoffs? No, that's not it. It's like it's something like that. The original context is like corporate, like mismanagement, basically, right? UBS connects to both your normal power and the computer. Okay, but like, where does it go? Like, how do you install it? Feeding will continue until morale improves. Okay, that's enough. Anyway, what was I saying? And then I think, the night of the 17th, I followed up on my initial hiatus announcement, which was admittedly a little bit vague, with a more detailed explanation of my I guess like motivation and decision making, you could say. It was basically, I think initially I just said, oh, I'm like going to I'm just gonna go on break for mental health reasons, which it could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. And I think like usually when VTubers announce mental health breaks, it's like it's kind of like just for like general depression or anxiety, and that wasn't the impression that I wanted to give people. So I followed up with another statement, and I posted this both on my server JustCord and in my YouTube post. I'll read it out now. It said, I want to say a little bit about why I'm on hiatus. Those of you who've been watching me for a long time know that I'm a survivor of childhood abuse, particularly emotional abuse. Despite the immense leaps and bounds I've made in my healing in the last several years, and especially in the last few months, since reaching out to others and becoming a VTuber, recently I've realized that I've still not fully let go of the past. What that means is my thoughts and decisions are still being influenced by false, harmful beliefs I picked up in childhood, namely the belief that I need to meet people's needs and expectations perfectly in order to deserve love, as in being treated humanely and respectfully. In order to break out of bad habits, I need to completely reevaluate my reasons for doing everything that I do and learn how to live a fulfilling life that's wholly independent of ghosts from the past. This is no longer just advisable, but obligatory if I want to be the best version of myself and achieve all of my goals. There's a fine line between seeking justice and holding a grudge, and I need to figure out where that line is. At this stage, I feel that if I were to stream, it would only serve to ingrain bad habits, which is why I've made the difficult decision of taking a break. I hope that I'll be able to come back a happier and healthier Tia Faire and enjoy good times with you all again. That's what I posted. And part of the reason that I did so was to dispel any assumptions that the reason that I was going on break was just due to kind of just like a generic bout of depression or anxiety that one can expect to resolve itself in due time. Rather, I felt the need to make the point that this was me it like I'm not sure how to say this. Like the reason for the hate, like the reasons for the hiatus were not like circumstantial. They were more almost like inevitable. Like this was in some ways overdue, and it was something that was going to happen or have to happen at some time, some point, no matter what. Rather than just like an episode of depression or anxiety that might be caused by just seasonal changes or just different environmental stuff. Like this was coming from within me. I don't know if I really like that phrasing, but it was me. It was about trauma, and I realized that as I said, that a lot of the things I did, my motivations for doing things, the beliefs that I held, were still being motivated by really negative feelings, negative feelings and beliefs, like cynicism and jadedness, and it kind of just dawned on me that if I continue living my life this way, not only will it be like really tough on me, like not only will I suffer and feel like kind of like miserable and like discontent on a day-to-day basis, perhaps even worse, it will it will kind of like restrict or my I guess I don't think restrict is the exact word I'm looking for, but it will kind of restrict my capacity to meet my my long-term goals, my professional goals, like building a more public profile and getting my philosophy out there. I just knew that I wouldn't be able to do all that if I kept living my life the way I was before. And so no matter how difficult or uncomfortable it would be, I knew that this was a journey that I had to undertake, because I don't know what what lies at the end of the rainbow would make the path there worth it. And I think in order to properly embark on this journey, I needed to stop streaming, at least for a little while, because the work that I was doing was going to be I think the full reasons will become clearer in a little bit, but basically what I said was, if I were to stream, it would only serve to ingrain bad habits, and basically, let me try to explain why that is, but it's really hard for me to put my thoughts in order. Basically, I think when I'm streaming, Actually, this is really tough. When I'm streaming, I think when I'm streaming, I have to like do certain things. Like I have to like there are certain, you know, I can't find quite the right word, like it's like behaviors or like there, I don't know. Okay, this is going to sound like kind of like probably vague and like incomprehensible. There are just certain things that I have to do while streaming, or that I or at least I had to do, and those were the things that I had to like, I think, unlearn. So the problem is that if I continue to stream, then I would basically be I would be like perpetuating the same habits that I'm actually need to unlearn and or like question at least, and it would just make my healing journey not effective. So basically the idea is that I go on a hiatus, I question myself, and then I come back. I mean, hopefully still streaming, but kind of like with like a different mindset. I don't think I'm doing like a satisfactory job at explaining my perspective on this, and it's frustrating me. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely sure that I should be streaming today either. I think I'm still going through a lot emotionally, and I still have a lot to figure out. But since the stream was already scheduled in advance, I thought I would, go ahead and do it. And I do have a lot to talk about that's been piling up over the last couple of weeks. But, yeah. So please don't expect a fully, kind of like a final form of Faire yet, because that's not what the stream is. I make no claims as to that being the case. I guess this is kind of just like a what do you call it? A progress check, like I can't think of any of the words that I want to use today, and I'm really frustrated. Is that what you call it? Like a progress check? Like, or I think there's like one of like my pet peeves is when I'm like trying to remember like specific terminology, and like I end up remembering like a synonym of it. Like not the exact words, but like a synonym of it, and it sounds so stupid. And for some reason that happens to me all the time. And some people don't have this issue. Like their vocabulary is very like, they can always remember the exact words that they want to use. Like, and it's not that like, I don't think, and it's not that I have like a small vocabulary. I think I know a lot of different words. It's just I have trouble remembering the exact one I want to use in a given situation. Progress, update, progress report. Progress. I think progress report might be the one I'm looking for. This isn't my final form. Sometimes practice makes better. The beating will continue. So the beating will continue until morale improves. Is that how the original goes? I actually don't even remember at this point, honestly. With a chat like this, I guarantee to have morale. I see we're really leaning into the gallows humor today. Check-in. Progress check-in. I don't know, but honestly, it's probably not that important. The terminology, that is. I think as long as we're all getting the idea. So what now? Let me think. I guess I could start talking about some of the... Okay, so on the 17th, I announced all this, and then I didn't stream very much over the next 2 or so weeks, and then that sort of raises the question of what I did during that time, you know, what things were like, to try to accomplish this goal of breaking out of bad habits and I guess old and outdated beliefs that I no longer wanted to hold on to. And one of those things was I'm actually you know what? Maybe I should just talk and not worry too much about things not really being in the ideal order or structure, and because I didn't really have the opportunity to plan out exactly what I was going to say today, or at least in exactly what order. I have like a bunch of I have notes of what I have like point form notes of what I want to talk about today in front of me, but they're all out of order. But maybe the first thing I should say is, and this might start to get weird, I have Butterfly, I think might have to either go off screen for now, or maybe you can sit on the other side of the table behind chat, because I need... Actually, is that going to work? Because I think I want to pull up my easel. If that doesn't work, then Butterfly might have to go off screen, which would be very, which I'm sure would make everyone very sad. I'm gonna drag myself over here. Oh, wait. No! Well, I guess, no end to the tech issues today, it seems. Anyway, let me think about how to do this. Okay, and then I go like that. Okay, I think it's working. And then done. And then I think, okay, I think I got it. Short Tia, no big deal. Okay, I was just trying to set up a drawing space. So, hold up, I'm gonna draw. It's not showing up. Oh, because have the source activated. It's still not. Is that not the right? Either that's not the right window. We know that. Why is it not working? Oh, I know why it's not working. Yay! I'm gonna draw like an outline of a person. Actually, I was gonna do the front angle, but should I do like the side angle? Also, that's overlapping the easel itself. Not good. I'm gonna try to draw a really crappy profile of like a generic person, like the kind you see in like medical diagrams. So like, this is really bad. It's kind of long, isn't he? Isn't technology great? Indeed. One of the things that I did, one of the main things that I did while I was like not streaming was kind of like what is referred to in the trauma community and by a lot of like therapists and experts as body work. The idea being that like this is not really something that's common knowledge, but the idea being that like emotions can get stuck in your body, and that this is actually like kind of like a mechanism that is like pretty much central to what trauma is. If I may try to explain it briefly, just for the uninitiated, the basic idea is that like, okay, so basically we people have like emotions, right? We feel emotions, and normally though, like the purpose of those emotions is to facilitate our survival. So generally, you know, positive emotions like love and happiness, you know, help to reinforce our behavior. So if something makes us, you know, feel good, we will continue to you know, seek out that thing. On the other hand, if something makes us feel bad, like scared or, you know, angry or you know, hurt, we will you know, avoid that thing. So we evolved to have the capacity to feel emotions because nature deemed that it would help us, it would aid with the survival of the species. And emotions are meant to be processed and passed through the body. So generally when you experience an emotion, it passes, right? It doesn't like last for forever and ever. It only lasts as long as the for the most part, it only lasts like as long as like the whatever is like the stimulus for that emotion. Like if you feel, I don't know, like if you like let's say if you watch a sad movie and it makes you sad, you only feel sad as long as you're watching the movie. Once the movie's over, you go back to feeling like just normal. And how this pertains to trauma is that what we have discovered about ourselves, what we're discovering about ourselves is that it is possible for emotions to stay unprocessed and unresolved and actually get stuck in the body, which is where emotions are felt. I think it's a common misconception that emotions are purely like a mental phenomenon, and that often comes with a kind of assumption that emotions are kind of like superfluous to our existence, that they are like unimportant and should not have any bearing over any other part of our lives, like the decisions we make and things like that. But no, emotions are actually felt in the body, and our body and our brain are constantly well, I mean, the brain is a part of the body, but basically the brain is constantly communicating with the rest of the body to see kind of like where we are at. And I think we can kind of see evidence of this in how a lot of our emotions are felt very somatically in the body. Like, for example, when we feel angry, our body often gets hot. When we feel nervous, we often feel that as like a stomach ache. For example, when we feel scared, we often get chills. So all of that, all of those things are examples of how emotions actually manifest in the body and are not purely a mental construct. And it is possible for these feelings to become stuck in the body and remain there and continue influencing your thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, your state of being, even if the stimulus for them has long passed, like the abuse or whatever the traumatic event was. And I don't know, I think that's basically what, I think that's kind of like a maybe slightly oversimplified explanation of what trauma is. And I think trauma also has a like cognitive and psychological component as well. Like it's not purely like kind of physiological, it's both. But anyway, I being aware of the mechanisms behind this, and especially because I woke up on the 17th with that overwhelming sense of grief, like I said, I kind of took it upon myself to do some body work and intentionally try to explore some of the stuck feelings in my body, and to try to like resolve and release them, which is a very challenging and painful experience. Normally, I mean, oftentimes people don't do body work at all. They never realize that they have all the stuff stuck in their body, or if they do, it is in a clinic with under like the guidance of a professional. But for me, the chance to do it on my own came up, and I took it, and I decided to purposely sort of like explore these feelings, instead of doing what I and what most people normally do, which is to ignore them, to distract ourselves with all kinds of busy work, like work, or maybe even other kinds of even more unhealthy addictions, to try to take our minds off all this pain, and avoid the sort of the call or the drive to look into it more deeply. And the first emotion that I explored was grief. And let me just move this guy a little. And I felt that kind of that I kind of felt as like, I want to say like, okay, now because it's a side profile, it's not very clear, but it's kind of like on the sides of my like abdomen, like on the sides, on each side of like my gut, kind of. That was grief. And then basically over the last over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've done several of these, like maybe 6 or 7 at this point. Each time I noticed something new, I would try to explore it, and initially it would be very, very, very painful, very, very difficult to endure, very unsettling. And then I sort of utilized a piece of advice that I learned from Dr. K of Healthy Gamer GG, which is that an important part of healing is to just learn to sit with difficult emotions, and so that your body understands that this is something that you can survive, and that the danger is past. It is not something that is like impossible to endure and kind of build a certain resiliency. So I would notice the pain, and then I would just kind of like sit with it and meditate, and this would often go on for like, it could go on for quite a while, like half an hour or an hour. Sometimes if I didn't finish in a given day, I would come back to it the next day. And I repeated this process with 6 or 7 different sensations that came up, and the first was grief. And what I was basically, and what I was grieving, like I said, was basically, I don't know, like not actually anything in particular in that moment. It was kind of just like a general sense of grief. But when it comes to trauma, people generally, it is common. It is actually normal for trauma survivors to need to grieve their lost childhoods, like their lost innocence, and like a lost sense of identity, and like a missed opportunity to have a normal life, and things like that. There is actually a lot of loss that comes with trauma, and which may be strange to think for some people, because we live in a society where I think it's common to understand grief as something that only takes place or needs to take place when in the event of the physical loss of another human being, the death of a loved one. But grief can very much occur in other contexts, including, I think, like things like breakups. I think even when we lose a relationship with someone, even if that person isn't like dead physically, like they've departed to a different plane, I think a loss of attachment is also will amount to a form of grieving. Actually, come to think of it, I guess that is what I was doing. I think I was mourning a loss of attachment. In my case, it was to my mother. Even though I cut her off many years ago, and I haven't seen her or made contact with her in all that time, and I never plan to for the rest of my life. I still I had never properly gone through that grieving process in all these years. So it's not as though just because I cut her off and on a conscious level I don't like her anymore, that it means that on a subconscious level that my body had that closure. I never went through the grieving process that I was supposed to go through and didn't know I was supposed to go through, because that's just not something that our society recognizes. And I actually well, let me pull something up. About 2 weeks ago, I actually found some, I think, really interesting and helpful articles on this topic, just by like Googling it. It's a trio of like kind of like newsletter columns, all about the challenges experienced by trauma survivors. When I read it, it really resonated with me. I think it did a great job at encapsulating what the healing experience is like, and like what about that is really difficult to understand, oftentimes by people who haven't been through trauma, and particularly childhood trauma themselves. So maybe I'll just read out some of the passages that I think are the most relevant and So when someone close to us dies, society generally accepts and even expects us. Well, actually, maybe I should put the link in chat just in case, so that, because otherwise it feels kind of like plagiarism. There's 3 articles, and these are passages from across all 3 of them. I think I'll just put the link for one, and if you want, you can just use the URL to find the others. Anyway, someone close to us, yes, when someone close to us dies, society generally accepts and even expects us to undergo a process of mourning. Physical death presents a tangible and comprehensible loss. Traditionally, mourning is not just an individual rite of passage, but a socially conditioned and approved pathway for recovery from loss, enabling us to let go of those who have died and prepare ourselves for new attachments. The losses that child abuse survivors sustain are unresolved because for most survivors of childhood abuse, there is no clearly established and socially acceptable pathway for grief resolution if actual physical death has not been involved. Their losses cannot even be acknowledged as loss. Their grief is stigmatized because it is seen as a blemish of individual character. The losses associated with childhood maltreatment that are only recognized or surfaced in adulthood are not considered legitimate reasons for grief by the larger society. They are not legitimate mourners. I'm gonna skip over a bunch of stuff. And then that's sort of outlining what the issue is. And then here are some points about what the process for recovering from grief is like. Social support throughout the grieving process is vital to the course of normal bereavement. Just as vital is the restoration of social support for the victims of grief that has been disenfranchised and stigmatized. Much therapeutic groundwork may need to be established to help the survivor recognize and grieve for all the ways in which their sense of stigmatization has negatively impacted on the possibility of recovery before they can even begin to deal with the sources of original loss. To prepare for the grieving process, therapeutic attention needs to focus on helping the survivor develop a substantial support network that extends beyond the therapeutic alliance. As the grieving process progresses, the darkness begins to lift, and survivors become involved in the process of moving on, not forgetting the past, but no longer compelled to repeat it. Excitement about, interest in, and plans for the future begin to replace death wishes. Although adult survivors may remain vulnerable to traumatic reminders, relapses become less frequent and less severe. More time is spent in healthy pursuits than in running after ghosts of the past. Ultimately, we hope that adult survivors of childhood abuse and neglect are able to transform their pain into something of value to themselves and others, creating what Judy Herman has called a survivor mission. The losses that adults must recapitulate and work through in order to recover are long delayed and sometimes tangible, but at other times metaphorical, spiritual, or moral losses. When they have successfully transformed this engagement with death into engagement with life, no longer must their lives serve as memorials to the unspoken, stigmatized, and unexpressed tragedies of the past. So, I know that was a lot. When I read that, I thought that was a very, very beautiful and very inspiring way of kind of like just capturing and speaking about the nature of this phenomenon, this experience. And for those of you in chat who I mean, I guess it's I don't think I shared this article with anybody yet, so it's everyone. But for those of you who for those of you, like for those for whom this is your first time like hearing about all this, I'd be interested to know I guess what your impression is. I'm going to go through some of the points that came up there one by one. So at the start, it said, well, you did with me. Oh, did I send you the articles? Maybe I did and I forgot. So at one point, I know the article compared the grief experienced by trauma survivors to bereavement, and I think that's correct. When I woke up on the 17th, I did very much feel bereaved, and that was actually one of the things that sort of like significantly informed my decision to take a hiatus, because that just seemed to make sense. Like in society, it is recognized that when people lose a loved one, that they need time they need like time off to heal and reflect and just focus on themselves. And it is polite, it is good social etiquette to give them this time and this space, and this manifests in things like like approved time off from work for bereavement and things like that. And so I looked at that and I was like, okay, if it's the norm for people to take time off work for more conventional cases of bereavement, then if that is also what I'm essentially going through, it seems to me that the right protocol is for me to also take time off in a similar manner. And I think that in those initial days, I was dealing with a lot of frustration and indignance that this healing process was so long overdue. Because I feel like if I had known that this was something I had to do, I could have done it or started doing it anywhere from 5 years ago to like 25 years ago. I could have been starting the healing process so much sooner, like at any point during that time. But I didn't know that I had to. I just didn't know that I had to. I've been aware, like I've heard of the I've heard of the comparison between trauma and or like trauma and like grieving one's lost childhood and things like that before, but I never made the connection that okay, this like the process of grieving is like a physical process that I actually had to like make the time for. And I think this is something that I think that this reflects on our society, as the article said, and that we reserve the right to grieve. I think like the right to grieve is something that's kind of like gatekept for the legitimate mourners only, which is people who have lost a loved one via death, and no one else. If you've experienced any other kind of loss, then you just gotta like pick yourself up by your bootstraps and get back to work. but we're finding out through our research and through and stuff and therapeutic practices that there people in other kinds of contexts also need to grieve, and that this need to grieve should not be misunderstood as like laziness or another kind of personal deficiency, which I think is very unfortunately often what it gets mistaken for, and is something that I've experienced as well. People thinking that if I don't know if I want to go into it right now because it's pretty painful actually, but yeah, and so if we accept that premise, then it seems only right to me that as a society we should extend the right to grieve to other kinds of people, including people who have survived very traumatic experiences, even if no death was involved, and people who have lost relationships involving attachment. Fahim says, my sister has gone through this, so it all sounds reasonable to me. I see. I don't want to pry, but that does make me a little curious as to what that situation was. I'm in the absence of additional details, I'm just going to assume it was just some kind of traumatic experience. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, and I hope your sister is doing well, and yeah, in that case, you probably have a good sense as to what this process involves, or at least a much better sense than maybe the average person. And then I think I wanted to also mention some of the other emotions that I've unpacked lately, and maybe I'm gonna try to color code each of them. So grief over the loss of attachment. Even though on a conscious level, I hate my mom, there was a separate physiological process that my body needed to undergo, and that work had not been undertaken yet. And then besides grief, the next one was shock. That one I experienced at the back of my neck. The shock, what I mean by shock was, it's like the shock of something happened, it's like when something horrible happens and you haven't processed it yet, so you're kind of stuck there still, kind of frozen and thinking what on earth actually just happened? It's kind of hard to explain, because these are all physical sensations that I think are very there's sort of inherent difficulty here in putting them into words. I think the fact that they sort of by their very nature kind of defy verbal explanation is part of the reason that they are so difficult to work through in the first place, and that the healing process is one that is very physical, very bodily. It's not something that you can do just by talking about it. I think that all that is being all that is on display here. Yeah, it's kind of just a sense I am stuck, not really knowing what to make of this, what to think about it. And that was located at the back of my neck. For that one, I found that while that one was still stuck inside my body, I think it gave me a lot of difficulty. I think it was giving me a lot of difficulty with singing because of its just location. It was contributing to a lot of like inflammation and like tight nerves and muscles around my neck. Once I worked through that, I did notice a change in my voice, and then the next one was disgust. Now, I'm realizing just now that this dude's arm is blocking the view of his back. So maybe I'm gonna raise this and have him T-pose. Yay! And now he gets a bubble butt as well. He gets a dumpy. Next one was disgust. I kind of felt that. Is that hard to see? Maybe I should use yellow. Maybe just skip to like lime green. Hold up. I'm gonna balance the colors of rainbows here. Disgust was located. I found that to be located on each side of my spine, along like the lower back, like just above where the tailbone is. And disgust is. I mean, I've given all of these emotions at least names, like names of nothing else, in order to make them easier to like identify and track for my own future reference. But what I mean by disgust is it's how you feel when you witness something that is morally disgusting. Especially, well, I mean, there are things that are disgusting in a non-moral way as well, but especially things that are morally disgusting. Like if you see, I don't know, someone could be any heinous act. Like let's say if someone, like, I don't know, kicks a puppy, you would probably feel really like icky inside, and you might like make a facial expression of disgust, you know, and that's the expression of disgust. And believe it or not, because this was stuck in my body, this was basically how do I put this? Basically, when these emotions get stuck in your body, you actually lose full access to them. It's kind of a little like counterintuitive, or maybe like contradictory in that these stuck emotions will simultaneously influence your behavior on a subconscious level, and at the same time you like will not be able to fully feel them. It's like you have too much and not enough of it at the same time. So when it comes to disgust, by having that trapped in my body, I wasn't because it was trapped in one part of my body instead of like flowing freely. I did not have full access to that emotion, so I was not able to feel a full sense of moral disgust whenever I witnessed, injustice. And on a behavioral level, that manifested in the form, I think, of like validation seeking behaviors. Like because I was unable to feel disgust myself, I think I would try too hard to seek kind of like sympathy and agreement with other people on moral issues, so that I could almost kind of like vicariously experience outrage and disgust through them, once again, because my own ability or capacity to feel it was being hampered. And and I'll come back to that in a bit. But the next one I felt after this was one I call longing. Longing was located kind of on each side of the pelvis, like each side of like the hips. And how I describe longing is it's basically like a really deep need for it's just like a recognition of what your needs are, like a very deep recognition that like, okay, this is what I want and what I need right now. And it makes sense that would become like locked away as a child abuse survivor, because lots of survivors of lots of children who are abused and neglected, their needs are not tended to by their caregivers, and they may even learn that their needs are they may even learn, at least subconsciously, that it is bad to have needs, or that they have to sort of ignore their own needs in order to survive. And that was more or less my experience. And so for much of my life, I've realized that for much of my life I've had a very bad habit of ignoring what it is that I needed, and really needed and wanted, which could often translate into like difficulty with like setting boundaries and things like that. That's a really big, really important one. Oh, hi Zero. Right now I'm just talking about some of the body work that I've done over the last couple of weeks. I realized I also missed out on some comments. She is. I have Fahim says about Fahim's sister. She is. I have always supported her and will do so forever. Oh, sounds like she's very fortunate to have you as a brother. Your I think loyalty and devotion to her really comes through with that comment. I think it is very important for people in those kinds of situations to have a very firm support network like that. So I'm sure I'm sure all of that is not lost on her. I wouldn't be surprised if she really appreciates having you, and I think you're doing very much the right thing by being there for her. Thank you for the well-wishing. How could you be so armless? T-pose for dominance. Yeah, so I drew this figure, Zero, to sort of like show everyone where the stuck emotions were, and you can see I made the dude T-pose so that he wouldn't be blocking his back, and I also gave him a bubble butt. And then next, was scorn. Was that yeah, I finished with longing. Scorn. How do I draw this actually? Scorn is really deep inside your body, deep inside your pelvis. If you're a woman, I think it's like near where your ovaries are on each side. As you should. Want some bubble butt fans in chat today. And scorn is... I think this one is kind of hard to define. It's like... It's similar to disgust, but also not quite the same. It's a little different in that disgust is like... I mean, I think the word disgust is kind of like self-explanatory. It's kind of like a feeling of like that shit is like definitely fucked up. Like that's disgust. And then scorn is more like looking down on something that you know is wrong. It's not just the visceral like, oh, this is gross. It's like you it's like, how dare you? Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. Like, that is like, you know, that should be beneath you. That is beneath me. You know, I don't approve of this. That's like more what like scorn is. And but I do think that scorn and disgust are rather similar and very closely related in this case. I think that the reason those were both those were two emotions that I exiled, and the commonality between them like is that they both have to do with like moral attitudes, right? I think the reason that I exiled both disgust and scorn is because I grew up with a very immoral mother. I explained a few weeks ago, or maybe more like a month ago. There was a stream where I took the time to you know, mention some details about my childhood, basically like a point by point, like what my childhood was like, just for future reference. So for those of you who were there at the time, or who saw that part of that stream, you may recall some of this. But basically, my mother was not really like a great person. She lied and cheated and try to scream at people to, you know, to force them to do what she wanted, and couldn't really like empathize with other people's like perspectives and feelings and situations, and kind of like kind of like and then like there's more. We could be here till Christmas talking about why my mom is a bad person. Like, she would in her life was basically all about her own self gratification. Like, her decision making was all based around what made her feel good and what was convenient for her, and not really thinking so much about like what other people were like, you know, going through and what they wanted. And there's like more like that doesn't even like do it justice. Like, we're really only scratching the surface there. But basically, yeah, she was you get the idea. She's not like a good person, and the idea is that for me as a small child, and especially one who was kind of had an inborn, very strong sense of justice, to survive with that kind of person as my parent, to survive like living with, like, beside this person, I had to exile that sense of moral disgust and moral scorn, and to because otherwise I would be feeling scorn and disgust towards my own mother. But the problem is she was my mother, so I had to depend on her for survival. So I couldn't really be thinking, hey, actually, like, my mom is a terrible person when I was young. Because normally when we feel disgust and scorn towards somebody, normally when we feel that somebody is a horrible person, what do? We cut them off. We ditch them. That's how we show our disapproval as social creatures. When we don't support them anymore, we say, you know, I don't approve of this because of what you're doing, so I'm gonna take my wares elsewhere, as an expression of my disapproval. But as a child, it was not existentially viable for me to do that. For better or for worse, I depended on her for survival. Without her, I would have died. So no matter how bad of a person she was, I could not run away. My only option was to exile, to suppress my own moral intuitions. And it's in some ways it's a little ironic, isn't it, that I exile those feelings and still I think of myself as justice incarnate. And it didn't mean that I didn't have a strong sense of justice. I think it's just my way about expressing that was a little unhealthy and a little unusual. Like I said earlier, I think I I got into the habit of looking too much toward other people for like validation as to what my moral intuitions were, as opposed to being more self-assured in them. Did you put text for each color in the side? Ooh, true. That's a good idea. I have like there's like literally no good reason why I can't do that. Just in case you forgot, or for people coming in for the first time. Shock. And the next one was disgust. Hopefully the lime green isn't too hard to read. Disgust. And then next one was longing. Thank you for the hugging emojis, by the way, Zero. I saw those too. Yeah, I think society, I'm just gonna get on my soapbox here for a minute, but I think society is still reluctant to acknowledge that women, and especially like moms, can be like abusive, and there's like no like good excuse for it. And I don't think society is there yet, unfortunately. Let me just redraw parts of his body because it's kind of bothering me a little. I realized I didn't really, as you can see, I didn't exactly focus on proper anatomy and proportions while drawing this figure, but I kind of feel like I should give him like maybe like a more of a chin at least. He's kind of lacking a chin. It's hard to tell what angle he's facing. But, and his skull is kind of lopsided too. I'll make him a bit prettier. Oh, and wait, I didn't label the most recent one. And this one was Scorn. And then there's like 2 more on my list actually. The next one. Is that too similar? Is that color too similar to the? I think that's. But now, okay, but now that looks really. Now that looks similar to red. I'm like running out of. Maybe I should just use. Wait, what's? No, wait. I don't want to use that. Yellow. Okay, but yellow is hard. Okay, look. It's like it's hard to read. If I try to. Can you guys see? I feel like that's kind of uncomfortable to read. I don't want to strain your eyes. Okay, maybe I'll have to do like non-neon colors now. Okay, that looks really ugly. Never mind. We can read that. At least I can. Not too similar. Okay, well Leon said not too similar. The stick figure is you. They are very flat too. It's not supposed. It doesn't have to be me. It's just like a generic person. I'm just modeling my feelings on a generic person. It doesn't have to be me. Perhaps a nose. Okay, I got a nose request in chat. Oh, that's not the eraser. Oopsies. Brown. Okay, now it's very obvious that he's facing this way. Okay. I think I'm gonna stick with this since Leon said it's not too different. And this was actually. I'm labeling this loneliness because it's a shorter word. But what it really was more a fear of abandonment. And that was located basically where my kidneys and adrenal glands are, like lower back on each side, kind of like lower down than disgust, and like kind of like above, just like above the buttocks. Fear of abandonment. So that was stuck in my body because I don't I don't think I really have a way of explaining that, or of discussing this that doesn't sound like just kind of like sad and horrible. I have been abandoned by both not only I was abandoned by family members at different points in childhood, and of course I know that's a little bit like vague posty, but I don't really need to go into what I mean by like abandonment at the moment, but I did talk about I think I did go into it a little when I did that when I talked on stream about my basically like what my childhood was like, or maybe I could provide a brief explanation, but. Actually, no. Okay, well, I don't think it's necessary. I don't want to repeat myself. So basically, I was like abandoned by people, by different people throughout my childhood, including family members. And I guess to give you like a very vague idea of what I'm like, of what that looked like. I didn't grow up in just one household, in one family. Growing up, there was like a lot of moving around. I lived in houses, but I didn't live in homes. I didn't have a place to belong. I didn't have the sense that this is my home, this is my tribe, these are my people, and I'm always gonna have a place to come back to no matter what. And it turns out that that kind of feeling is actually crucial to like human well-being. like especially when you're growing up. It is very important to have a sense that you are a sense of like rootedness, like this is where I belong, this is where I came from, and this is where I can always come back to, even when things get tough out there in the outside world. And I didn't really have that growing up, and not only that, but I've also had a lot of friendships and other kinds of relationships end abruptly and very painfully. And over time, I just developed this fear of abandonment, this paranoia that even if things are going well now, even if I have a relationship now, it might not last. Sooner or later, people will lose interest in me, and they're going to leave me, and I am going to go back to being alone and afraid in life. That was the belief that I developed, and that I've been carrying with me for so many years, and I never realized how much that was weighing on me until recently. But I realized that that was like so like I think like the reason I've been able to come to terms with that recently is basically it has almost everything to do with like me becoming like a VTuber and positive things that have been happening recently. Wait, I can't read that. Oh no, from OBS. I feel that abandonment issues suck ass. Yes, they do. I'm glad you can relate, though at the same time. I really feel bad for you because and I'm sure you feel the same way about me right now, because we both know it's not an easy feeling at all. I mean, I think if I may take a minute to speak about how I came to terms with this because I think it might be helpful. It's really not, yeah. I think at some point, and this is not about loneliness specifically. This is about the trauma healing process in general. So a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that trauma is just largely about logic. You know, people will say things and perhaps in a well-intentioned manner, but nonetheless it is rather stigmatizing. But they'll say things like, you know, trauma, like you should just, you know, forget about your trauma and move on because there's like no logical reason to continue, you know, feeling and believing this way. And that may be true. And then there is a cognitive component to trauma, but you know, what we've discovered, you know, what experts have discovered is that, you know, oftentimes even when people are able to recognize that their traumatic like their like trauma influenced beliefs are irrational, nonetheless it does not aid them in letting go of those beliefs, and that is definitely something that I've experienced. Like for some people, it is, they like don't recognize that they have these irrational beliefs, and their trauma is like downstream from that. In my case, I guess because I'm a philosopher, I feel like I've been generally pretty good at recognizing those sort of like cognitive distortions throughout my life, but nonetheless, that did not like single-handedly resolve my trauma, and because a lot of that was located in the body, because I started experiencing trauma at such a young age, and the younger you experience trauma, the more likely it is to sort of be located in the body instead of being more cognitive in nature. And then, how do I say this? So you have these irrational beliefs, and then I think in cases where you know that your belief is irrational and yet you still have it anyway, letting go of it comes less from just the recognition that it is irrational, because you already know that and is not helping. It's more like the process of letting go, or the decision of letting go will be basically just as irrational as the trauma itself. And what I mean by that is I want to draw a connection to something Kierkegaardian right now, which I'm sure Karis would love if he was here, but I don't think he is. When I was reading and studying Kierkegaard in university, one thing from then that stuck with me was like Kierkegaard like had this thing where he like believed that people like develop morally throughout life, and this development can be broken down into 3 basic stages that I forgot the exact names that the professor gave back then, but it was basically like number 1 is like the hedonist, number 2 is like the kind of like the rationalist, and then number 3 is like the believer, like a spiritual believer. And the idea is that everybody starts out life as a hedonist. Like when you're a baby, you start out like all you really care about is your own like gratification and just like things like feeling good, and that's like normal for babies. And then it's like a bit less okay for adults. And then the idea is that you are supposed to progress throughout these stages as you go on in life in order to become like a better and more fulfilled and like happier person. But this doesn't always happen. There are, unfortunately, adults out there who remain hedonists, who remain in stage 1 for the rest of their life, and all they really care about is, feeling good and having the easy life. Most adults, though, should we say most? I think at least a large number of adults thankfully do move on from the first stage onto stage 2, which is kind of the rationalist. And Kierkegaard defined this as like, this is someone who is tries to be like a contributing member of society. Like this is like I think like a lot of adults. I think a lot of us fall into this category. This is where you try to do well at your job. Like you try to maybe be a good parent or a good spouse. You just try to, or be a good, like you just basically have all these roles in your life, in society, and you're trying to live up to them, and that's sort of like that becomes like your definition of being a good person, just being a good employee, and being a good spouse and parent, and just living up to all these roles and responsibilities, which is better. It's like morally better than just being a hedonist. But a lot of people get stuck in this stage and never move on, and Kierkegaard says that this is actually not the final stage, and it may be more deep and more fulfilling than the hedonist stage, when you're just after simple pleasures, and it's really only about yourself. But that if you want to find true fulfillment in life, you actually need to choose to believe. And because Kierkegaard was a Christian existentialist, this belief for him mostly took the form of believing in Christianity, but that he described the choice to go from being a rationalist to a believer as a leap of faith. He like specifically defined it as a leap of faith. He was like very emphatic about this. He said like, it's not like a rational decision where you go like, okay, well, here are like the pros and cons, and so after weighing all of this, and I'm going to do this, I'm gonna go in this direction because it seems like the most like efficient choice. The choice to become a believer does not come from that kind of decision making. It's just a leap of faith. You just need to go, you just basically go like, I'm gonna do this, I'm just gonna like take a chance on it, basically. And I think at the time that I was introduced to the concept of the Kierkegaardian leap of faith, I didn't I think I understood it on an intellectual level. I was like, okay, so it's a leap of faith. It's like not a rational decision. I don't think it like really resonated with me on a deeper level though. Not until now. Also at the time I was an atheist, and still a bit of an edgy atheist at the time, so the fact that it had like religious connotations kind of pushed me away a little. But now I think that the concept of the Kierkegaardian leap of faith can be appreciated outside of religious context, and certainly in the context of trauma. What I found, since that university class, like what was it, like 10 years ago now, is that for one thing, I think I have a more well-rounded and tolerant attitude about religion nowadays. But also, over the last 10 years, as I've and increasingly explored and resolved my trauma, what I found is that the process of letting go of trauma-derived beliefs greatly resembles Kierkegaard's description of the leap of faith, where it's less about saying, well, here are the reasons this is like false or true, and then I'm gonna do this because it's just like kind of like the rational thing to do, because like neither the trauma-derived belief or the healthy belief are objective. These are all subjective attitudes about life. Like there's no pre-existing law of the universe out there that says either that your trauma-derived belief is true or that the non-trauma-derived belief is true. Those are all, it all comes down to like the meaning that you want to make out of your life, right? Like so basically both the trauma-derived belief and the healthy belief are equally arbitrary. It's like entirely up to you which one you want to believe, and basically, I say it's entirely up to you. I mean, it's not that it's entirely up to you. It's more like the final choice is up to you. The process is still like very much influenced by your environment, but the final choice is up to you. Especially once the trauma has passed. So, I think this will become clearer if I put it into the context of a specific example. So we'll go with the example of loneliness or fear of abandonment. So, I will always have reasons to believe that I could be abandoned by other people. Like the times that it's happened in the past. Like there's no universal law like that says that this isn't going to, that's not the case and it's not going to happen. That is meaning that I could continue deriving from my past experiences for the rest of my life. So in order to stop feeling that way, I kind of just have to take a leap of faith and say, actually, I'm just going to believe that that's not going to happen. I'm just going to believe that I from this point on, I will no longer be abandoned. I have found my people. I will always have people on my side and around me no matter what, and this is not something I have to fear anymore. And I think maybe you can see now why I'm talking about the leap of faith and framing this as an irrational thing, because like I will always have reasons to fear abandonment. I kind of just have to make the radical choice, like no matter how out there and far-fetched it seems, to just be like, actually, I'm just no longer going to think that way anymore, and just kind of like believe something else. I'm glad you made it so far. Thanks. Yeah, I'm hoping that this advice like makes sense, that this explanation makes sense, and can help other people as well. I don't know if I'm making sense right now, because all of this is very I don't know. I'm sure that there's a much better there's a much better way of explaining this lies out there. I'm just doing what I can right now. But that said, there are things that can make it easier to how do I say this? I just want to make a quick note that when I say that the final choice is up to the trauma survivor, that doesn't mean that trauma survivors are bad people or to blame if they can't make the leap of faith, because it is a very difficult thing to do. And furthermore, I think that it is only something that can be done once someone is out of danger, because what you're basically doing is you are leaving the trauma behind. But the reason that you developed the trauma in the first place is to protect you from whatever danger was around you at the time. So if in fact you are actually continuing to experience trauma, let's say if you still don't have enough support in your life and you're surrounded by triggers, not only can you not do the leap of faith, like not only would that be like really hard, if not impossible, you arguably shouldn't, because then you would be putting yourself in danger, because the trauma exists to keep you safe while you were still in danger. So for people to commit to the leap of faith, they have to be out of the abusive or otherwise harmful environment. They can't still be, you know, living with their abuser or in the abusive household. They got to be in a different place in life, and then they can start to do the really hard work of like all this really hard work, and then take the leap of faith. That's just something I want to make clear. So the reason that I could do it is very much because in my case, I cut off my abuser years ago. Haven't seen her or talked to her in a very long time, and more recently I've taken a look around me and realized that, hey, I'm actually surrounded by I have a pretty robust support network now. I'm surrounded by people who care about me, by my husband and his family, and so many friends and community members on Discord. It never really feels that I could be truly alone anymore. Now the idea that there will always be someone there for me is a lot more convincing. It's a lot more feasible, a lot easier to take the leap of faith than if, you know, than it would have been 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you know, and so on. And that's just something I wanted to make clear. Sometimes people get comfortable where they are, definitely, even if where they are ain't great. Yeah, that's kind of like pretty much like, I mean that kind of pretty much captures, I think, like, you just captured sort of one of the big challenges of the trauma healing process, and why a lot of people don't do it even when they could, especially I think like older generations, like our parents and grandparents stuff. I think you all know what I'm talking about, where a lot of them have had, you know, have survived, you know, great tragedies like war and things like that, but they insist on perpetuating the cycle of abuse instead of taking a look at themselves. And you know, even like they could do it because the trauma has passed. I mean, it's hard, so they're not like entirely to blame because it's hard, but also they could, because they you know, the trauma has passed and they are no longer in danger. And I think like the key to self-growth is when you have a reason to do the work that justifies and like compensates for the cost and the difficulty of doing the work. So like the benefit has to be worth the cost. There's like cost benefit analysis here. So for me, the benefit is becoming a better person and good enough to achieve all of my goals, which are very lofty and ambitious, that I don't think I would be able to achieve if I was still kind of like a regular like Joe Schmo in my beliefs and my attitudes. That justifies the enormous difficulty that comes with doing this work, because it is one of the most challenging things you could ever do in your life, if not the most. It's like especially on a conceptual level. Other things could be more difficult in a more material or physical way, such as, I don't know, climbing Mount Everest. Not to say that that's not difficult, but like conceptually, I think there's nothing trickier than self-growth, and especially if you come from a background of trauma. So I get why more people don't do it. I think for a lot of people, they just don't have a reason to do so. Like they don't have, you know, they don't have, you know, lofty goals. Like because for me, it's basically a simple equation. Like if I can't do the work, I can't achieve my goals. And because I want to achieve my goals, that means I have to do this work no matter what, no matter how hard it is, no matter how painful it is, it will be worth the goal. And a lot of people don't have that. They don't have anything to justify going through all this pain. So then it becomes like, okay, well, why would I do this? What's in it for me? And then they just don't do it. Anyway, there was actually one more emotion on this list. Actually, wait. This one I actually discovered like kind of like yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or maybe I kind of feel like this one was the most recent by far. And this one I kind of feel stretching from shoulder to shoulder across my collarbone. Because this one was so recent, I don't really have a name for it yet. I think I'm just gonna call it Sorrow. That seems to be a pretty fitting name. I think this was kind of one of the reasons that earlier I said I wasn't sure if I should be streaming today, because I am in fact still I'm still in the middle of this. As you can see, I've done like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like six emotions so far. So a lot of it is already behind me, but I am in fact so I've like completed a lot of emotions already, but I am still in the middle of the process of kind of like upheaving, like kind of like unearthing all these stuck emotions from my body. And this is work that is really difficult to do when you're engaging in activity that risks sort of like engaging in old habits such as streaming. So Sorrow, when I focus on this area right now, this is still ongoing. Right now, when I try to focus on this area that, you know, across my collarbone from shoulder to shoulder, I feel very, very sad, very tender. Like I could just kind of just like break down and cry. I feel so fragile. And because this is still ongoing, I can't talk about how I resolve this, because I haven't resolved it. I'm still going through it. So I'll keep you posted on if I get that sorted out and how I did it. Anyway, I think we've been on this section for a while, so I think we can move on. So that was all about the body work that I've done recently, and just kind of like an archive talking about the different emotions that I uncovered and why they became exiled and how I went about that. Another thing that I wanted to share today was I'm gonna load this. I'm gonna load a new source into OBS. Well, thank you, Ed, for the hug emoji. Yeah, I kind of feel like not good being able to talk more about where the sorrow comes from, but I wish I had more answers right now. But like that's gonna come more when I've finished working through it. And that kind of just popped up last night, slash this morning, so it's very fresh. All right, so fuck, why is this not working? Yeah. It's probably covering something right now. It's covering chat. Let me make this bigger. You guys see this? So what this is, how do I try to explain this? Okay, first of all, this is called an emotional frequency chart. I first stumbled upon this concept, I think a couple years ago, although I no longer remember where exactly I first saw it. I really don't remember. It wasn't my therapist. It wasn't my current therapist, because I asked him about it, and he was like, I've never heard of this before, and I was like, okay, then it's not you. I first saw it a few years ago, and then I like rediscovered it recently. Like I thought about it again recently, I think, while sort of thinking about like, okay, like how what are some like frameworks I can sort of use here to try to like frame and better like frame and guide my journey. And then I remembered this, and then I looked it up, and this chart can it has many different visual variations. So this is just one. But what all of them will have in common is it will generally have this like rainbow spectrum, and the different parts of the spectrum will be labeled with different emotions and states of being. And the concept here is that the basic concept that this is getting at is that how do I explain this? Please like what's it called? Like humor me for a moment here. If this is the first you've heard of this and it sounds a bit like a bunch of mumbo jumbo right now. The idea is that each of us is currently somewhere along this spectrum, and that basically speaking, where you are in the spectrum is like indicative of your overall state of health as a person, particularly like psychologically and like and spiritually. So basically, the lower you are on the spectrum, like the more you are towards the red end, the unhealthier it is, and the higher you are, the more you are, the closer you are towards the purple end, the healthier you are. With like green being kind of just like the average, being like that's like normal. So most people, I think, thankfully, are near the green area, with purple being, I think, so rare as to be practically unheard of, whereas red hopefully being like equally as rare. If you're in like the red zone, like you're in trouble. Like that means you're not like you're not really in a great place in life. Germic says, yeah, I've never heard of this, especially when looking at the Hertz scale. Yeah. By the way, hi Germic. It's nice of you to drop by both today and the other day when we did the April Fool's stream. I did see your comments in chat. I saw that you said some really nice things about Axe and me. I didn't really have the chance to acknowledge that at the time, given the nature of the stream. We weren't really interacting much with the chat that day, but I did want to acknowledge that. I didn't expect to see you around, but yeah, all I can say is thanks, and I hope you enjoy yourself. But onto your comments. Looking at the Hertz scale. So where the frequencies part comes in is that there is this idea, and you may choose not to believe it. At least part of it, I think, actually is at least like scientifically substantiated, and then the other part is more, I guess, speculative in nature. Is that the vagus nerve, which is one of the longest nerves of the human body, is basically the epicenter of your nervous system. So it is very significant both in terms of both your emotional and physical health. The vagus nerve. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide this just so I can write that on the screen. Okay, for anyone who hasn't heard of it before but wants to know, it's spelled like vagus nerve. That's how it's written. And if you've done if you've begun to do any like any reading on like trauma research, like you've probably like come across the term vagus nerve. It is it's like really central to trauma and to just your overall well-being, particularly emotional. So the idea, so this is the part that as far as I'm aware is scientific. So the vagus nerve, supposedly, this is what I've been told by my therapist, it supposedly actually vibrates within your body, and the faster it vibrates, the healthier it is. So the speed of vibration is correlated with your health. Faster it vibrates, the healthier you are. The slower it vibrates, the less healthy you are. And furthermore, supposedly in modern day society, with all of the like the trappings of like capitalism and like how like busy and overworked we are, apparently in modern day society, the average person's, like a lot of people's vagus nerves are actually underactive. They're less active than they should be, and that's why these days, you know, chronic health issues are so common, why a lot of us feel like chronically kind of like just tired and all of that. And if your vagus nerve is slightly underactive, then you'll just maybe feel just like a little bit tired and out of it. And if it's very underactive, then you'll be feeling a lot worse than that. And then I think that's where we can tie this back to this chart. So basically, somebody somewhere got the idea of mapping out actually what's the word I'm looking for? They actually like pinned down like exact frequencies and then attached labels to each of them, and like identified like these different like stages, and then so basically, as a trauma survivor, I think, right, I'm gonna take a moment to move the Clip Studio Paint layer to the top so that I can draw on top of this chart. I'm gonna erase this. So basically, as a trauma survivor, if you're how should I say this? I think if you're just a person who is suffering from actually Jermic says, oh yeah, it connects the brain to so many things, and if I may, I'm guessing the vibrational frequency of your vagus nerve correlates to where you sit on this emotional frequency chart. I think that's the idea. I'm just have to offer a disclaimer. I'm not sure. Because it doesn't help that I don't remember where I initially stumbled upon this concept. I'm like, who introduced it? Where did I find this? Like, who introduced this to me? So if I don't have like a better way of explaining it, that's why. It's not like I learned it in a more in like an academic context or more like institutional context or anything. It actually may have been that I discovered it on the internet on one day, and I just found that I tried to like make it just kind of like formed my own interpretation of it. I'm not sure if that's what it was though. I feel like somebody introduced it to me, like I don't remember who. So that's the frustrating thing. But anyway, you're basically right. And the basic idea is that so under this sort of paradigm, capitalism and the sort of the trappings of modern life can be understood as a source of mild trauma, not as severe as, you know, being abused from childhood, but basically, yeah, capitalism is traumatic. Since so it can be understood that a lot of people nowadays, even if they didn't grow up with abuse or anything like that, they still have some mild trauma, and they're maybe sitting right here. So basically neutrality. So basically these I like this particular chart because it has the frequencies on the left, and then in the middle it's got like emotional states. It's describing each of them with an emotion, and then on the right it's got a view of life. So basically, if that's where you on the chart or where you are on the chart, this is where you see life. So and then normal baseline is like neutrality. And if you're neutral, then you just see life as satisfactory. Like, you know, so life isn't great and it's not horrible. It's just like, it's just okay. It's like, you know, it's pretty good. You know, I can deal with this. That's where you're like supposed to be. That's like the minimum for good, I think, physical and emotional health. But I think a lot of people, because of capitalism, are sitting a bit lower than this. They're sitting in like the yellow-green area where life is feasible or even demanding. And then, if you're a trauma survivor of any kind, you can be like anywhere in this lower down section where things are a lot worse. At the very bottom, we have guilt and shame. If you don't, for anyone who doesn't know, guilt and shame, I think I've talked about this on stream before a couple of times. Guilt and shame are actually the unhealthiest human emotions. So emotions, like I was saying, you know, we evolved to experience emotions because they help facilitate our survival. But emotions also have different implications for our health. So for some emotions are easier to experience and healthier for us than others. Others are a lot less healthy and a lot tougher, with guilt and shame being the most difficult. They can actually easily kill people. I actually know someone who died of guilt, and I can't, like, I'm not going to like go into like the story behind that right now, because there is a story. But basically, I know someone who actually was so guilty, and they like they couldn't like move past it, and it took a hold of them, and they died. So that's what I mean by unhealthy. Like these emotions, they like, especially when you don't resolve them like right away, and they stay in your body, they cause stress, they cause you to be sick, and they kill you. And that's what I mean when I say that these emotions are it's not just about your like emotional health. There's like a physical component to it too. So guilt and shame are the unhealthiest, and then slightly above that you have despair, grief, fear, anger. I think those are negative emotions that we can most of us could more readily relate to. And this also connects to something that I was talking about, an idea that I brought up during the male loneliness stream, which that Philosophy did, which happened recently. The reason why a lot of people nowadays, and particularly young, disenfranchised men, lean so hard into that anger and that hate, where they view life as antagonistic, is because it's actually, and this is something that their therapist explained to me. I'm not just, you know, pulling it out of my butt. It's actually, the anger is covering, it's acting as a shield for these even worse emotions that are occurring down here. Like, if you're a struggling young man in today's society, you might be prone to feeling fear, despair that you feel like the system is against you, or even guilt. These are all things you can feel, and those are really, 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 really tough states of being, to the point where for your body, hate addiction will actually be a really tantalizing prospect for you, in order to like avoid feeling these other things. And obviously anger is still like a negative emotion. It's still harder to feel than courage or like neutrality, or even the ones that are even higher up. But those ones are not attainable for someone. Those ones are just still too far away for someone who is like kind of like all the way down here in like this section. So anger is like the best they can do, and that's that's just something that I thought was an interesting note in connection with all of this. For me, when I dug out this chart about 2 weeks ago, when I went on hiatus, I looked at it and I was like, I thought about, I kind of like asked myself, like, very honestly, like, where do I think I am on this chart right now? And I think that for me, you don't have to be like only on one rung on this sort of proverbial ladder. I think it's possible to like go up and down it a little bit on different days. But for me, I think like I think because I was like kind of in the middle of all this, for me it spanned a very wide range where at my very best I could feel hopeful about life, but at my very worst I felt that it was tragic, and surely over the last, I can say that over the last, I guess for much of my life, I have often felt, I have often experienced life as tragic and frightening and disappointing and antagonistic. That's so, especially when I was younger. So let's say when I was like, when I was like, I'd say when I was like, I guess like especially like the portion of my life before I met Leon, I often experienced life as one of these bottom four. And then when I went on hiatus, I think my daily state of being could be any of these, but I think it averaged out at like, I think it averaged out as like feasible and demanding, with occasional dips into these lower and more negative states. And then my goal was to try and find some way, some like goddamn way of moving higher up in this chart, whatever it was. I didn't know at the start. I just knew I had to find it. Like, that was I didn't know what the process was, but I knew what the goal was. The goal was to move up higher, because I felt like I think this is like, I think like what this chart is, it's like, how do I say this? There's this idea that like how high up you are in this chart and how like emotionally healthy you are. It's like your capacity to succeed in life and to like achieve your goals is actually correlated with your attitude on life, which is represented here in this chart. So so my first step was to look at where I was at the moment, where I was starting from, and then think about where I wanted to be, and then after that think about how am I going to get there. And one thing I did was try to think of as an exercise was to try to think about where I think other people I know would be on this chart. And to that I have to say that one of the people I thought about was, to nobody's surprise I'm sure, is a certain philosopher VTuber from beyond the stars. And at risk of maybe being a little presumptuous, based on the conversations I've had with him and what I know about him, I think I'd place him here. I think I think he approaches life from a framework of reason and understanding and experiences it as meaningful, and like that's already really good. And one of the reasons I use, well, I guess the reason I wanted to use Axion as an example is because I think he is definitely one of the most mature people I've ever met, if not like the most mature. Not to say that there like isn't there can't be more mature people out there. I'm just talking in terms of people I've actually met and interacted with personally. And so I think for him, I think he sees life as meaningful, and that's actually really good. And that's like pretty high up on the chart. It's like noticeably higher than average, and not to say that there's like not more up here, but like I think like that's not like a dig at Axion. It's really more just like this. There's like what you need to understand is that there's kind of like a bell curve. No, it's that's the opposite. It's like there's like a bell curve here, you know. Like so most people are in the mid range, and then very few people are at the extremes. So if you're here, that's actually like already like really good. And so I kind of like used that as like a benchmark, and I was like, okay, so I think like my goal for like my long-term goal is trying to like move up from first I think I need to be able to consistently see life as like satisfactory and just get to neutral, just catch up with like literally everyone else, and then like go up here. And I think that is what is needed for me to really be able to own and achieve my goals. Because if I'm just at neutral, because my thinking here is that if I'm just at neutral, if I'm just where everyone else is, or where most people are, then I'm just going to end up with an average amount of success and just have like a normal life, which to be sure is better than having a bad life, you know. Because I think if you're stuck down here, if you're stuck at anger and hate or even lower, then you're just gonna be like the angry, you know, young guys online who are mostly going around in circles, and you know they're not actually they're pretty dissatisfied, right? And they're not really achieving much. So you don't want to be down here. And then if you're at neutral, then yeah, that's better than having you know, it's better, but it's not for me. Like I aspire to more than that. So I think I aspire to see life as meaningful and go through it with a framework of reason. But according to this, before I get there, I have to first see life as satisfactory, and then see it as hopeful and harmonious, and be able to forgive and be optimistic before I can get to meaningful. Anyway, I thought that this chart was super interesting as a way of like it's providing like a framework for one's self-growth journey. I've been looking at this almost every day since I became a hiatus, just to remind myself of like where it is that I'm trying to go and what it is that I'm trying to do. And let me yeah, sorry, I'm just looking down at my notes to see what else it was that I wanted to talk about. I think that might be most of it for like the trauma stuff. Let me just see here. I know those were the two main things that I wanted to explain today in terms of like how I've been approaching my hiatus, what activities have I done as they pertain to self-growth, how have I approached that, the body work, the explanation of the body work, as well as this emotional frequencies chart. Mm. I think that's actually. I think that actually is okay for now. Yeah, I don't think I had any other like big concepts or like you know, I mechanisms I wanted to explain. So my reason for talking about this today, and like the reason the thumbnail of this stream, I was like thinking about exactly how I should package this stream, and the reason the thumbnail says like chatting about self-growth and not something like my self-growth journey is because I felt like doing it the latter way would make it sound like, first of all, I feel like that makes it sound like my journey is done, and it's clearly not. Two, I didn't just want it to be about myself. Like I'm talking like, I mean, sure, I mean I'm talking about this like with the framing of like how I've spent my hiatus, but my reason for sharing the chart and like the let me hide this now, and like the dude with the big butt is to just leave a record of how this is done in case somebody else is watching this and it inspires them and helps them. So by explaining how both like how I did, both explaining like sort of the broader concepts behind it as well as how I personally did it, I hope that it'll help people be able to apply it to their own lives. So that's why I'm going through all the trouble of explaining all these kind of high-minded abstract concepts and not just talking about, okay, well, here's what I did on Tuesday and then on Wednesday and Thursday and stuff like that. Because I know that I think a fair number of people have come to my channel for seeking self-growth, which I think is pretty par for the course for a philosopher. And it's like not just me. I think it's pretty similar for Karis and for Axion, for all three members of philosophy. I think that philosophy, like I think one of the applications of philosophy is very much self-growth. So I think that makes sense. So I really hope that this was interesting and that it helped somebody. Now I'm just trying to think about what else I should talk about, that aside from those just big mental models. Kind of wanted to actually. I just I suddenly felt like changing my background music because I've been listening to this one for a while. Which one is this? I think this is the lo-fi one that I generally use for philosophy streams and philosophy streams. It seems kind of loud though, at least for me. Yeah, that's better. Sure, it makes sense. It's very interesting seeing self-growth in a practical and visual way. Yeah, I'd like to think so too. I'd like to think that it's helpful. It's helpful when we can like. That's wrong. I need to hide one of those. When we can visualize these things in so that like it's just easier to like talk about and like I want to say visualize, but then that sounds redundant. But like, you know, and I think like laying it all out in front of us and being able to look at it like this helps us like better like know what we want and get there, rather than just having it like leaving it all as simply as an idea without labels. That is the use of things like this. That's why I like things like this, even if I think there are people out there who might dismiss it as being like, well, no, isn't this kind of like unscientific, you know, isn't this kind of quackery? But I don't think so. I think that you know, if I think the value in something lies mainly in how people use it, and you know, and if it you know, whether it makes people's lives better, which, you know, I think things like this do. When I brought it up with my therapist, I actually saw my therapist just yesterday. When I told him about the emotional frequencies chart, he was actually like really curious about it, since he hadn't heard of it before. Actually, I think that would be something good to talk about. My appointment with my therapist yesterday. So wait, actually, wait. I was like, I took a moment to think about like how I should. Okay. So I was. I suck at talking sometimes. Wait, Germix says being able to represent something visually definitely makes it easier to understand or convey. It's like both, yeah, it's like both visually and being able to give things like names and labels. That's the power of these sorts of models or frameworks, even when they aren't like scientific per se. Like scientific in the sense of being something that can be like measured in a lab. Like, as far as I know, you can't just plop a human being in a lab and then analyze the vagus spectrum, and then you see and then be able to tell like exactly where they are along the spectrum. Like, as far as I know, that's not something that science is capable of yet. But that doesn't mean that this is like, you know, invalid, or that it doesn't have, you know, that is not worthwhile. I like the emotional caterpillar. Oh, are you calling this like? Wait, Fahim, are you calling this like a caterpillar because of how it goes, like this? When I actually, it looks kind of gross when I do that. That is a very cute way of looking at it. Never underestimate the value of consulting the diagrams. Yeah. Okay, just to get on my soapbox again for a minute. One of the reasons I like personality typology is for the same reasons as this, because it's giving labels to something that is otherwise completely abstract, and like for the purposes of making it sort of like easier to understand and like apply to our lives. Yes, with segments too. That's true. It does have segments. Oh, wait. I just got an idea. I just got an idea. Just got an idea. Ooh, I was close that time. No, wait. I can do it. I can do it better. I can do it. Wait, no. Not. I want to get it. I want to get it right. There's a caterpillar for you. I wanna move his face a little. Wait, that. I think that's good enough. It's perfect, thank you. I'm glad you love my work of art. Yeah, anyway, one of the reasons, like the reason I like personality typology, like the 16 types and stuff like that, is because and the 16 types and like the theory of like cognitive functions. I'm not sure if anyone here in chat right now is familiar with those. I guess Leon would be if he. I think Leon left my chat to go play a video game because I got a Steam alert that's what he's doing. But he would know through in the sense of me talking his ear off about that kind of thing. But one of the things I like about like the cognitive functions is that it like provides an explanation for why different people like tick or are wired in different ways with some convenient labels, rather than having that basically all be unexplored. Because I think that when you leave something as completely abstract, that often means that we don't think about it at all because it's too hard, or even when we think about it, we lack ways to discuss them effectively, and then therefore be able to derive from them solutions and takeaways that we can apply to our own lives. And so when it comes to like cognitive functions, the benefit is that you get to I find that that's helped my life. Like the benefit is that I feel like I am able to consider more thoughtfully what my strengths and weaknesses are, to develop my self-awareness and better understand who I am as a person, and likewise be able to do the same for others, and through being able to contextualize the differences between us, the reasons for those differences, to like improve the quality of my relationships with other people. And nevertheless, when it comes to personality typology, there are a lot of doubters out there who like to say, oh, that stuff is like, it's pseudoscience and it's quackery. Something like that happened recently when I posted a 16 types test on the Library of Alexandria Discord server. And I think that's just kind of misguided. I don't think of Fitbit as being pseudoscience, when I think for something to be like I mean, this may not be like the official definition or whatever, but I think like my definition of pseudoscience is something that is trying to like replace science. Like for example, like anti-vax, because like vax, it's well documented that vaccines, like the benefits of vaccines, and then anti-vax is just like flying directly in the face of all of that evidence. Whereas I don't think that personality typology is pseudoscience, because science has not really been able to explain like and sort of nail down the personalities on that level and be able to like fully explain and categorize them. So it's not pseudoscience because you can't replace something that doesn't already exist. And that is also, I think, why a lot of people drawn to personality typology, because just because science hasn't been able to fully explain it doesn't mean that people don't have this drive to try to understand it. And personality typology, whatever its flaws are, is able to do this in a manner that many people out there find satisfying. Anyway, that was my soapbox rant. What was I doing before? I was going to talk about my appointment with my therapist, right? Okay, so before that, like I actually so on Tuesday something happened. Basically I witnessed / experienced some racist street harassment. So it was kind of like it was, I guess, kind of like a hate crime. Yeah, basically, I was harassed by a racist person on the street, and I wasn't the only one. There were other people involved, and I don't think I don't know if I wanna go over the full story again on stream. I talked about it on yeah, I talked about it. Like I told the whole story on Discord after it happened, and um, I got like an outpouring of like supportive comments from different people like over it, which I was like really thankful for, because I think it was pretty scary at the time. And I'd be lying if I said that it didn't trigger my PTSD as much as I would obviously rather that things like that didn't affect me, and I was afraid that it would significantly set me back on my mental health progress. But I think thankfully in large part because you know, everyone around me was really understanding and was there for me. We managed to avoid that outcome, like the worst outcome. Basically, yeah, some harassment happened, and I took a video of the I did take a video of the harasser with my phone, and I submitted it to the police. So you know, hopefully they're taking care of it right now. If nothing else, they have that person on file. There's something there. So like everything, I think like everything turned out like okay in the end. Like nobody got hurt like physically. Everyone's safe. So you know, just in case you were wondering. But nevertheless, I felt I wanted to make sure that I was unpacking and dealing with this traumatic, or not traumatic, but with this like distressing incident properly. So I I decided to look at my therapist's schedule and see if he had any openings coming soon. Now normally my therapist is very busy, very like in demand. Like his demand, like the demand for him is high. I think that's what I'm trying to say. So normally I have to like book with him like at least like a month in advance, if not like 6 weeks, to make sure I get an opening. I didn't have anything lined up before, but I looked at his schedule anyway, and just feeling a little desperate. I looked on Wednesday, and then I saw that he had an opening at like 2 in the afternoon, which was perfect for me. Like the very next day on Thursday, and I was like, oh my goodness! Like, what are the chances? Like, I'm so lucky, and yeah. So I booked it. So it was like just so unlikely that I would be able to get an appointment with him like the next day. But I did, and I booked it, and I saw him yesterday, and I told him about the racist incident, and he told me that you know I did the right thing. He said that I described to him how I try to avoid relapsing into like a dissociative state through like mindfulness, and he said like, oh, it sounds like you did the right thing, you did everything right. And then I also told him about the body work that I've been doing. Like I like it's happening again. I described like all of this to him, and he was like really astounded, and he was like, oh, it sounds like you've been doing IFS. And for anyone who doesn't know, IFS stands for internal family systems, and it's a therapeutic modality geared specifically towards healing like trauma, especially like childhood trauma. There's a really good explanation of it in the book The Body Keeps the Score, which was where I first stumbled upon it, and my therapist also is trained in this modality and specializes in it. Although I've never done it with him so far. I've been seeing this guy for like a year and a half, I think, and I just haven't like had the chance to do it yet because it's like time consuming and a lot of other things. But and I guess to give a brief explanation of what internal family systems is, it's basically the modality that is geared towards the thing that I was mentioning earlier, that like emotions can get stuck in your body. So it's kind of like bridging the gap between the body and the brain, by like having you recognize like these feelings and explore them and see what like memories come up, and like try to label them, and then the reason it's called like internal family systems is it's because it's you're like you're viewing like the different parts of your psyche as like it's like you're using like the framework of a family to understand the different parts of your psyche, and like the different parts are like act like different family members, and some of them can get exiled. And what happens when we experience trauma is that we exile parts of ourselves that feel dangerous to have, or parts of our own identity, our own emotions, which, you know, is very unjust and shouldn't have to happen to us. But nevertheless, that's something we do subconsciously to protect ourselves. And then the process of internal family systems is basically kind of recognizing which family members you have exiled and calling them back, and finding these lost family members so that they can once again be part of this harmonious household. My therapist specializes specializes in this. So I was describing to him this body work that I've done over the last few weeks, and he kind of like looked at me kind of like very astounded. He was like, Tia, like, I think you've been doing like internal family systems on your own, and that's like incredible, because like I've only known like maybe like two or three people who've been able to do that before. And like one of them was like myself. One of them is like my supervisor, and another is like myself. And like you're like the third person. And I was like, wow, like, like gee, thanks. That's an honor. And yeah, and it's kind of crazy because he's only known like so few people who've done that, and two of them are like trained professionals, himself and his and another registered psychotherapist. So yeah, I don't know. that made me pretty happy to hear. It's also pretty validating. So like over my therapist, he was like, I think I'm pretty happy that I booked my appointment. I think he said that he was proud of me, and he was proud of me, and that like he said like he like specifically said like, good on you, like you've done like the right thing, you've like done a lot of like good work lately. And I left the appointment with a lot of good vibes, and I think that that was very validating, because I think as Justice Incarnate, one of my biggest pet peeves is what is actually a term that I can assign to this? It's like false moral judgments, or like incorrect moral designations, like something like that. It's basically when your moral view of somebody is like different from morally actually like where they're at and what they're doing. So like, for example, when someone is immoral is viewed as moral, I see that as stolen valor. Or when someone who's moral or viewed as is viewed as immoral, that's like my I feel like that's like my main pet peeve in life. And in the context of trauma, what happens, like I mentioned earlier, what happens is that a lot of times people who are kind of you know, unfortunately kind of ignorant about how trauma works, is that they see trauma survivors kind of, you know, existing in a negative state of being and engaging in our coping mechanisms, and assume that that's all of that is like a conscious choice, and we're just awful, lazy people, even malicious people who don't care about other people for doing all of this stuff, as opposed, like, due to a lack of understanding of like what the struggle is like behind the scenes. And so it was very validating. Like, in light of all that, it was very validating to have a trained professional tell me that I've done the right thing. You know, I've done the work. I was I'm not gonna lie, as a streamer, my fear that people, the fear that people would continue to, I guess, vilify me due to having unhealed trauma. This fear that I've, like, I have carried this fear from my life before into streaming, and I was afraid that on stream, if it became apparent that I was still, you know, unhealed, that people would judge me for it, and I was afraid of the kinds of things that they would think and say. And I was likewise afraid that I would come back from this hiatus not having definite enough proof that I had made progress, and people would have uncharitable things to say about that. And I think if my therapist is saying that, then I think that his opinion has more weight than that of you know, random internet people and armchair experts, you know. I think that I don't know how I seem to, how do I say this? I don't know how I seem to other people right now as I'm streaming. I think that streaming is like an anxiety. It can be an anxiety-inducing activity for me. Not to say that it's not also, you know, fun and good in different ways, but I think when I'm streaming, it's probably likely for me to seem less healed than I am when I'm not streaming, which maybe gives like kind of like an inaccurate like view or impression of how I normally am. But when I saw my therapist yesterday, he said that I was very confident. He seemed a lot more confident than compared to the last time I saw him, and particularly when we first met. So it could be that right now I don't seem that different than I have before, like when I debuted, or when I before I announced my hiatus. But I have learned a lot, and if you, not anyone in chat right now necessarily, but if any particular person out there doesn't believe me and wants to think bad things about me, I can't stop you from doing so, but doesn't mean that your opinion of me is true or necessarily holds any value. On the topic of anxiety from streaming, I will say that should I talk about this now? I'm thinking about talking about one of the streams. maybe some of the streams that I've been doing lately, especially the collabs. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to say before then. Actually, maybe I should go in order. So I think now we're kind of like leaving the topic of mental health, and I just want to take a few minutes to talk about other stuff that's happened recently, some more lighthearted talk. So one of the things was is this gonna be the right source? Let me check. Give me I think it is. So this is something I drew in February for a VGen contest. That's over now, and I just wanted to take a moment to follow up on the outcome of this contest, since I did mention on stream. I did show this piece on stream a while ago, and then I mentioned that I entered the contest. So I didn't win. Not enough people voted for my my piece, but all the same, thank you for those who did. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, I didn't win, but I think I'm still I think I'm happy that I entered, and it gave me like it was just like I'm just happy for the experience of like being like pushed to have a reason to produce this piece, since I don't think I would have otherwise, since I don't have a lot of time. But I think like the piece turned out well, and I did like I think I learned it turned out well, and I think I learned a couple of things from doing it, so it was nice to have that experience, like a reason for doing all of that, even if I didn't win. And there will always be more chances in the future to there will always be future contests and always be more chances, so it's not the end or anything. But yeah, even though I didn't win, I'm not too like broken up about it or anything. That's just a status update that I wanted to provide. And then what else? What else has happened recently? Now, speaking of art, okay, I want to import. There's another source I want to import. This one won't be something that I drew. It'll be a particular piece of fan art that I got recently. It's so peak. Oh wait, what the? Did I? Why is it? Was this the original resolution? I think it is. I don't. Okay, it doesn't need to be that big. This, I think, might be my favorite piece of fan art that I've gotten since I debuted. It's so peak. So the first of all, this was drawn by Blue Ice Cubes, a very lovely and talented young artist. And this is just like a variation of like the it's just a spin on that, like the one person clamping the other's like lips meme format that I'm assuming you've seen before, but with me with like me and Axion like superimposed on top. The context of this was not one of the streams on my own channel. It was a stream that Axe did a couple of weeks ago the theme of the stream was like mean tweets. He was like reacting to the tweets he had gotten basically like someone. It was like his reaction to mean tweets about his work. So someone on Twitter had posted had like linked his first published paper on the moral status of monogamy, and par for the course when it comes to this topic, it sort of like invited this like this sort of like influx of a lot of really like yeah, a lot of very colorful comments and a lot of times like attacking him personally or misinterpreting his work, and he was just reacting to that. And what I will say is that I think although personal attacks on philosophers for their views, even ones that you disagree with, are unjustified, I think that some of this is a little self-inflicted, or at least or at least like it's preventable. Like, so I'm not saying that Axe deserves any of these attacks, but there's like a reason that it happens, and I think that reason is that the way I think like the way he talks, it's like the way he talks about his philosophy, and in particular his first paper is kind of like a bit edgy in tone, in my opinion, if you take the time to read it, and like that doesn't really help with I don't know, getting people on your side, because in the real world, success is not something. Success isn't just about how smart you are and what you know. They say it's also about who you know, and being able to like and being able to like deliver your points to people in a way. It's about like people skills. It's about like it's like talking to them in the right way and like getting people on your side. And there's some people who don't excel at that, even if they are very smart and very competent in other areas and whatever their primary domain is. And so I was saying in chat, having known this about Axe for a while, I was saying in chat like, you need this was in response to something maybe that was a little tone deaf that I felt tone deaf that Axe said, and I was like, you need a PR agent so bad. And then I think Blue Ice Cube said like, Tia, I think Blue was the one who said like, Tia, are you up? I think they said something along the lines of like, Tia, are you up for the task of being Axe's PR agent? And then I said like, you know what my response was? I said, I'm way ahead of you. The problem is he doesn't listen to 80% of the things I say. Which he doesn't. Cause like literally, I call myself. I call myself. I'm like. I call myself. It's not just. I call myself Axe's unpaid PR agent sometimes, but I don't just call myself that. I've actually told him something along the lines of like, I feel like I'm like sometimes I feel like I'm your unpaid PR agent, and this has been going on basically like since close to his like debut, like since I was like Justice fan, but around the time it's been going on since like around the time when I was like Justice fan and like had like recently started like making friends with him, so yeah, and then I guess something about that interaction in chat and the stream inspired Blue to draw this picture. I think the Blue was very much. I think this picture. So this pic. I love this picture because it just like perfectly captures that dynamic that we have, and like I think it perfectly speaks to my experience of like trying to like be Axe's like PR agent. this is like what it's like. This is how I feel. It's rad to be recognized for the work you've done and for self. Totally. Tia just wants to stop the mansplaining. It's not mansplaining. Okay, the reason possibly like the biggest reason I want to be Axe's PR agent in the first place, and why like I'm like bothering to go through with the effort, is because if he just says things, then people on the internet are going to attack him and say bad things about him, and I don't want that because I like him and I care about him. So if I see people saying bad things about my Oshi, I'm gonna feel sad, and I don't want that. So, in order for me to not feel sad, I have to try at least try to say to my Oshi, hey, like maybe don't say this thing that obviously will rub people like the wrong way. Maybe let's try to find like a better way to say it. And then, but obviously he's his own person and doesn't have to listen to me. Like hence this picture. Top tier, legendary. He asked for it. Now that I know the context, this is somehow even funnier than it was before. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people in the Library of Alexandria Discord was fully aware of the context. Actually, I think you had to have like watched the stream basically. I think like even if for people who didn't watch the stream, most of the people there like are just generally quite aware of the kind of like dynamic that Axe and I have, or maybe it's just the kind of thing that's still funny even if you don't have the context. But there it is. I thought you left. Did you come back? Did you come back just in time, or were you like lurking in chat this entire time just so you could like surprise us at exactly the right moment? I have realized begrudgingly that how do I say that? How do I put this? How do I put this nicely? It's not that it's the sticking point here is not the lack of a PR agent, it's that you're a free spirit. Just you're untamable. And I think that for the people around you who care deeply about you and maybe don't want to see you get into PR snafus, I think that all that they could do is to try their best to manage their own reactions to that kind of thing. But you're gonna do what you want, you're gonna say what you want, and that's kind of it's kind of part of your charm, for better or for worse. Yeah, left to take a walk for a while and then came back to this. So it really was just what do you call it? Just a happy accident. Gonna draw as always. Talking about the volume alert. You guys make me sound like I'm some kind of noise monster. It's not very flattering. Did you guys think about that? What else did I want to say? Okay, well, just for anyone, including Axe and besides him, who might be curious or wondering, or for anyone who has missed the earlier parts of the stream, what I've covered till now was I drew this diagram. Now it's covering the thing. I didn't mean for that to happen. I talked about the body work that I've been doing and drew this this diagram showing what the different feelings were and where they were located in the body, and with an explanation on like what this sort of like how this represents like the trauma and the healing process. And then I also talked about what I think, I'm gonna hide this, what I think is this really cool looking model called, and this is called the emotional frequencies chart. And how like how do I explain this in a way that's even shorter than the way I explained it before? It's like okay, the point is that these are things I talked about. So just for your knowledge, if that sounds interesting to you, you can always watch the parts of the VOD that you missed. So it's just so you know that's what happened and that existed. Your laughs are very cute though, but you can hit such high notes. Is that painful? But is that pain? What are the high notes painful? Just because they're high notes, it doesn't mean they have to be painful, right? Sorry, didn't mean to come across as mean. I just thought it was amusing, humorous. Okay, but it's not you. It's like it's like. Well, maybe I should just have maybe I should just have a better maybe I should just try to have a better attitude about it, because when I remember when in the Mario Party collab when I won at the end, and then like Berserker said like something like shame, fool me like for the 20th time, shame on you, like yeah, and then fool me for the 21st time, like shame on me. That was funny. So maybe I just have to accept that that's just a part of me, and other people don't mean anything by it when they, I don't know, advocate for each other. She's saying it's me, guys. I mean, it is like 50% you. I also wanted something else I wanted to talk about today. We only have a few more quick topics to cover, I think. I look at it as being kind of like Korone streams, where the occasional loud moments are part of the charm that chat is drawn to. See, look at all the healing. Have you actually on that note, Aku-senpai, have you ever thought that my laugh sounds like Korone? Like, maybe not always. Like, I think I have like numerous different laughs, but like it comes out at some points. But I recall having occasionally like listened back to my own VODs or clips of myself and thinking like, there's something Korone like about this particular laugh. And then, but what that also means is that Korone is considered cute. So if my laugh is like Korone's, then I should also be considered cute and not a horrible noise monster. First exposure with VTubing was Korone screaming at Metroid Dread. True! Yeah, I showed you that highlights reel and then we watched that together. That was a fun memory. I suppose it is a bit similar in certain moments. Yeah, definitely some parallels. Okay, well, I know that you're, I know Korone is your, like, hololive kami oshi, so I'm gonna take that as a big fat compliment. Via Tia, yeah, I think that was implicit. Okay, what else did I want to talk about? Oh, hi, Grace. Personally, I think your laugh is very contagious, and I always find myself laughing or smiling along. Also, hello. I hope you're having a good day. I was talking about some of the self work I've been doing over my hiatus earlier. I drew this this funny diagram of the guy with the big butt, and I was just showing off this chart. So if you want to learn more about that, like Leon said in chat just a few minutes ago, basically the idea behind this chart is like there are you know, different states of being that people go through life having, and higher up on this chart is healthier and lower is less healthy. And so, you know, for fun, you can try to think about where you think you are in this chart. And anyway, I explained that in more depth earlier. But yeah, my laugh. I'm glad you think my laugh is contagious. I'm not sure that it is. But you know whose laugh I think is definitely contagious? Karis's. When I was watching, after Karis and I did like our first collab together, like the Karis Faces Justice collab on his channel. When I was like watching, back the VOD so that I could add timestamps. I laughed so hard. Like I couldn't stop laughing. Like laughed so hard at like my because like his laugh, like there's just something about his laugh, because he was like laughing throughout that stream. Like that stream was pretty much like it's like a Karis laughter montage. I don't think he laughs that hard that often on stream. Like sometimes once in a while he does, but like most of his streams have him being I guess pretty mostly like calm and stoic for most of the time. But that stream was just like just being like the nature of that stream being like a collab with a very absurd premise. He was just like laughing like again and again and again, like every few minutes, every minute. And Sometimes when I'm feeling down, I like to pull up that VOD so that I can hear Karis Senpai's laugh and laugh along with him. Which I suppose maybe makes me a little bit sadistic, because the context of said laughing is my prosecuting and psychically tormenting him, I suppose. Speaking of Karis, another thing I wanted to talk about was his return stream, and because I'm not the only Velocity member who's been on hiatus recently. As a matter of fact, he was too. And I mentioned this on stream already. So at the beginning of March, he let us all know that he had been evicted and would need to take a couple weeks off streaming in order to move to his new place. And thankfully, he found another place right away. So there was no homeless arc. And the new place apparently is actually even better than his old place. He says it's got better walls and better soundproofing, which means hopefully more karaoke streams and music content from him in the future. And he held a return stream, I think, maybe like a little bit over a week ago or so. It was like before, when was it? It was like, okay, last week was Velocity. Okay, it was like, I think it was like the week before that. So two weeks ago. And he was talking less about the moving process itself, and I think rather unexpectedly, he opened up quite a lot about his personal life. He mentioned, I think that this was him disclosing this to the public for the first time, that he actually works 2 day jobs and is financially supporting his parents who live with him. And how do I say this? I think these were things that I had strongly suspected for a long time, to the extent that you could say that I already knew about them, even if he you know, didn't like tell me about it in exact terms, and to the point that it didn't surprise me. Like it didn't surprise me to learn like these things about him when he talked about it, because I essentially like wasn't learning anything. I had my suspicions. It only surprised me that he chose to talk about it and finally share it with everyone. In his words, like the way that he explained his decision to come forward with all of this was that he just felt like it had reached a point where if he felt that if he continued you know, keeping it inside him and hiding it, he would just explode, which I think is a very relatable feeling. I think that as human beings, I think our suffering, our struggles get lighter whenever we're able to share them with other people, even through the experience of being properly understood by them. Just even if people know what we're going through, even if there's you know, nothing else that even if there's no other like material way in which they can help us, that helps us feel better, at least. And that's certainly been my experience in life. So I suspected for a long time, just through circumstantial evidence, that Karis must be busy, very busy during the day, being gainfully employed, just through a combination of various things that he's told me, and just also his apparent streaming schedule and the times that he's online on Discord and that kind of thing. It occurred to me that despite the pretty tongue-in-cheek, desperately unemployed part of the lore that he has, and that he must have a job, I was aware that he through his through various things that he's told me, I was aware that he was there were people that he in his life that he was financially supporting, although he had not yet mentioned exactly who, but I had my intuitions that it may have included his parents, again, just based on circumstantial evidence and just different details that I had come to know about his life. And what was I gonna say? Okay, what I want to say is that knowing all of this about him, I was really worried about. I've been worried about Karis for months, actually. At some point, I think like actually not too long after he and I began talking, in private, after I debuted and we started VCing and stuff, it became apparent that he is the kind of person who is very, he has a very meticulous approach to his VTuber brand. So he's not the kind of person to just like talk about like to just basically have like no filter between his on-stream persona and his like real life, where he talks like he just talks about like all the things that happens like in real life. He's like the opposite, and at the time he seemed very, very intent on keeping his real life struggles a secret from his fan base, and he was only telling me and Axe a little bit more about it than his fans. he was basically only telling us what he deemed absolutely necessary for us to know to be able to work with him. And even from us, he has kept many secrets, which I'm not trying to like saying he's like a bad person for doing this for anything. More than anything, I was just, I think, worried about him as a friend, because it became apparent to me quite soon that he was carrying an immense burden on his shoulders, that he was actually going through a lot in real life, and by not even telling other people about this, it would only make that burden all the heavier than it needed to be if he was open about his struggles. And that was my worry. And Karis does have you know, he does have like friends in real life too that I'm sure I'm guessing that he is able to speak with more openly, but still I felt like being justice incarnate, I just couldn't help but feel like there was just something unfair about how he was privately struggling, and his whole community like wouldn't know, and how different things could be if they actually knew how noble of a person he is, because I think we've learned he is a very noble person, and who is making a lot of sacrifices for others. In addition to financially supporting his parents, last week, so a bit more recently, he told a story on stream about some children that he works with, and how he was able to, how he advocated for them when they were being harassed by another adult, and that's his story. And he so I'm not going to tell the whole story here. So if you want to, if you're curious about the details of that, that was at the end of the misogyny is cringe stream that he did just before the philosophy stream last weekend. And all this is to say that I am a little surprised, but I think I'm very glad and very relieved that Karis has gone public with this information about himself. I think it suits my own sense of justice that everyone knows what kind of person he really is. So I'm really happy about that, and I'm incredibly honored and proud to call him my friend. I'm really glad that now everyone knows what I've known and kind of had to keep a secret for so many months now. How long has it been? Like 4 months or something like that. Access Karis is a good role model for us all. He is. I think that sounds right. I think he is. I mean, it's kind of tricky, because I think that the burden that he bears is not one that he should have to bear, but I think that so I don't think he's a role model. Like I don't think that he's a role model necessarily in the sense of like keeping a struggle secret. Like I don't think that is something that is necessarily like, I don't think that that's something that is like morally necessary, but I think he is like a role model in term when it comes to his strength of character and his principles, especially when it comes to things like his regard for the greater good in the future, and his care for children. All of that is very, very, very admirable. What else? I want to also talk about the something I definitely wanted to talk about today was the April Fool's Day collab that just happened a couple days ago. And I want to talk a little bit about the behind the scenes of that. So, so first of all, I was the one that came up with the idea for that and approached Axe about it. The idea being like of us swapping models for April Fool's Day. I'm gonna tell you right now where I got the idea for that, because I don't think that's necessarily an idea that I would have come up with on my own. So what actually happened was I came up with the idea for this all the way back in October-ish, or more specifically, I suppose, Halloween, because of the Halloween stream that Axe did, in which he temporarily like acquired the body of like a woman. I know that's like an insane sentence out of context. If you need context, you're free to watch the stream yourself. I refuse to elaborate further at this moment. Anyway, I think something. Okay, so I think we like after the stream. I think like after the stream with it, we like he and I like talked on Discord. I forgot exactly what was said, but I think like I think we did like a short VC that night on Halloween night, and then something he said gave me the idea for swapping our models for April Fool's stream. It was something I think it was like something like he said like I think it was something I can't remember like the exact like wording or phrasing, but it was basically like he seemed kind of at least to me, he seemed like kind of entertained to have the opportunity to just become a big titty anime woman, at least for a little while. So I thought it would be funny to just give him another opportunity. And I think I said something. I think when we VC'd, I said something like along the lines of like, "Oh, like this won't be like your last opportunity to do that thing." Or did I say something like that? Or maybe I'm like misremembering. And then, but that was me. Or maybe I didn't say it. Maybe I just thought it to myself. But that was me. That was me conceiving the idea for this stream. And then that was like the background. So and then I brought it to his attention. And he assented to the collab, and then this thumbnail. This is the thumbnail for the collab behind me. The reason I've pulled it up is to explain sort of an Easter egg with the thumbnail. So you know the screenshots of us in this thumbnail? These were taken with like me as like the soul of like Axe's model, and then him as the soul of like my model. So they're not being like piloted by the normal people. And I kind of just thought that was cool, because I don't feel like this is like a facial expression that Axe normally makes. I was wondering if anyone would be able to tell just based on the thumbnail alone, and I don't think anyone did. And then but and then something I definitely wanted to say about this stream was that how do I say this? The stream turned out very differently. I think the stream turned out quite differently than how I initially envisioned it. The planning for it was quite last minute. I think we only got to really sitting down and talking about it after the last Philosophy collab was over, which was, of course, only a few days before the actual stream. And then on top of that, I was also kind of like harassed by like I was like a victim of a hate crime the day before the stream. I didn't have like a lot of time to yeah, that kind of like took away from the time that I otherwise would have used to better prepare for the stream. So we only kind of like nailed down like the script or the outline a few days before, and then like that happened, and then the final version of the final outline was very different from how I originally envisioned the stream, and I think that I had an idea for how I wanted to approach the stream that I wasn't really able to implement in the final version. I think that the final version of the script kind of how do I say this? Actually, maybe I should say this. Part of the reason that I wanted to do the stream, like the reason that I wanted to do this stream, aside from just the more visual comedy of us being in each other's models, was I kind of envisioned it as being kind of like a celebration of the both of us, because I felt like by having us be in each other's models and like kind of like impersonate the other person, what that does is basically like caricaturize us. I think that's a word. And I think in doing so, it kind of like distills us down to some of our most basic traits. And I somehow felt that I felt that by doing so, it would serve to effectively illustrate what some of our you know, some of our like positive qualities are for each of us, and yeah, it would just kind of be like a celebration in that way, and also you know, a celebration of our friendship, since we have to like know each other, you know, well enough to a point in order to pull something like this off, and collaborate and with each other, and this celebration culminated in the musical performance at the end of the stream. But way back in like November, even when I was like in pre-debut, I was thinking, what was after I got the idea for us to swap models, I was also thinking about like interesting things that we could do while swapped, and of course my thoughts went to having Axe sing through me, like me singing in a song as Axe, and like and not just any song. It should be the choice of songs should be something significant, and I think I had an initial idea that ended up not being the final pick, although I don't remember what it was. And then my second idea was Pollyanna, I Believe in You, which is a song from the Earthbound series, which also appears has been arranged for the Smash series, and it was the version based on the Smash version that I or it was like the Smash version was the one on which I based my version. I didn't just use the Smash version because it loops, whereas I wanted to sing to a backing track that like had a proper finale. And funny story about this. Before going on hiatus, like all this time, I assumed that there would be a MIDI arrangement just sitting like ready out there on the internet for me to download and use, like one that somebody else had made, because Smash, like Melee, like Super Smash Bros. Melee is one of the definitely one of the most popular video games of all time. I know that there are like it is like a it's like very popular to make arrangements for tracks from that game. So kind of I just assumed that the entire soundtrack had just been already, like there were already arrangements for every track from that game just sitting out there, ready to be downloaded and then just edited slightly for my own purposes. And then, to my dismay, after I had already gone on hiatus and I was, I think I was doing the planning for the April Fool's stream, I tried to look for a Pollyanna MIDI, like the Smash version, and I couldn't find any. And it slowly dawned on me that I had wrongly assumed that arrangements for all the tracks had existed. And from there, I had a few options. I could either not do the song, which I think would have been really disappointing, or I could have just tried to edit, or possibly sing a different song, which I didn't really want to do because I felt that this one was the perfect one. Or I could have tried to edit the Smash, the official version, to just make it more of like to make it more like fitting for my own goals. And I actually tried doing that, and it didn't work very well. So in the end, I took it upon myself to make my own backing track from scratch. I did that. The one that you heard on stream 2 days ago, I made that from nothing, all by myself, and it took a week. And you can imagine. Okay, you can imagine like what my experience was when the realization dawned on me that like that was what I would have to do. And it was kind of like man, like I thought I was going to get to spend this hiatus not really having to do anything in particular, and then it turned out that I had to spend like a week of that just like hustling on like music. And then that's where that game came from. The musical performance at the end of the stream really was wonderful. Such a fun, positive moment. It was me, chat. Oh wow, that's dedication. I'd love to know, Axe, what you thought of the song, because I know that I kept the choice of song a secret from you and from everyone else. I didn't really. I think I kept it. I think I hid it from everybody. I don't think I really told anybody what the song was and what it was for. So there was a little bit of trepidation around whether you would, because I claimed that it would be kind of like an ode to your philosophy on life. So there was a little bit of doubt as to whether you would agree and find it to be like a faithful portrayal in the end, you could say. And yeah, that was the risk that came with hiding it from you. I was just going off what my impression of of you and your philosophy is. Yeah, right. Nobody else knew. Leon, I showed you the work in progress, but I didn't say it was for the stream. So, I another thing I considered doing was asking Penbu for help, because Penbu has like a lot of experience arranging music. I haven't done it, and I haven't like really worked on any music projects for like 5 years, and that was part of the difficulty of this, that I was really rusty. And so I considered asking Penbu for help, and in the end I took care of all of it by myself. It was I did it single-handedly. It was all Tia. Lyrics and vibe of the song were very fitting. I'd say it felt perfect for the occasion. Okay. Well, I think I was more curious as to whether you like the song and you feel like that it suits you, which it's okay if it doesn't. I mean, it is. I think it is a challenge to find a song that, like a ready-made song that just happens to suit you perfectly. You're probably better off just writing your own original song if you want that. But I was actually thinking maybe we could do a listen along of the song together right now, just without me singing on top, just so you can hear the instrumental by itself, because the version that was played 2 days ago, not only did it have me singing on the top, it was also EQ'd somewhat, so that my vocals would be heard more clearly on above it, and because of that, the instrumental was not as clear. I'll mute the background music if we're going to do that. So, Pollyanna, I Believe in You, Faire edition, listen along starts now. Hi, Fo. Greetings, cutie. I use music when I'm a Japanese teenager in a slice of life anime. Is that what it sounds like to you? That was my my arrangement of Pollyanna from Earthbound / Smash that I made from scratch for the April Fool's stream the other day. I was just playing it for everyone to listen to without my singing on top of it. For those of you who are familiar with the song, like especially the Smash arrangement, like for those who have like played like Melee or Smash in general, yeah, I'd be interested to know if you think like the how well you think the arrangement, like my arrangement, like captures the original. That's something that's always useful to know as an arranger. I think there's probably like room for improvement, but I think I did my best, given the short time frame that I had and the fact that I haven't done this. I haven't done anything like that in like 5 years, so I'm very rusty. So I'm thinking maybe now I'll have maybe soon I'll have Penbu I'll have Penbu give it a listen over and maybe give some constructive criticism. He would know a lot about this. Access the song makes me think of being a kid and feeling down about something, but then getting encouragement from someone and feeling a lot better. Yeah, I think like the song does have that kind of vibe through like a combination of the lyrics and the melody and the instrumentation. It's very sweet. So I totally get why it would make you feel that way. I for one like I for one I admire the song's message of kind of like pure like just pure hope and optimism. One that I think these days reminds me more of UX than anybody else. If you can forgive me in case that's not how you actually see yourself. I'm not saying that it perfectly captures your philosophy, but I just think there's some commonality there. Having some music in the back, having some music background. It is seriously impressive how you pull that up. Okay, I think I like misread that sentence first, but yeah, having some music background. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, I know you you're a musician yourself, so that really means a lot. That was nice. That's like pro level. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think it's pro. I don't think it is. I think I'm not. Maybe like I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. I feel like I need to get Penbu's opinion. I don't know. I think there are probably ways that it could be improved. But nevertheless, I'm glad you like it. I'm not to say that it was like bad or anything. I'm overall I worked very hard on it, and I overall am pretty happy with how it came out. I do think it's like I like enjoy listening to it myself. Like you know, you don't always enjoy looking at or listening to your own work, but it's just that I'm sure I could do even better in the future if I start doing music more regularly again. Yeah. Now having listened to that, it puts me in the mood of singing a little. You know, I believe the morning sun always gonna shine again. Oh, I believe a pot of gold waits at every rainbow's end. Oh, I believe in roses kissed with dew. Why shouldn't I believe the same in you? Oh, I think I sang that in E major instead of E flat. Oops. I think it does have some parallels to my way of looking at things, yes. Okay. Well, I'm glad I wasn't being too presumptuous then. If you do if you do happen to know of a song that you think better represents you, I'd be curious to know what it is if one like that exists out there. Doing stuff from Undertale might end up getting you some random fans. Yeah, was it? Yeah, like Undertale's pretty popular. So yeah, I'll consider that. That's I'll see. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you sound great too. I love Weeby YouTubers. Thank you. It's very kind of you. What else is there for today? Oh, I didn't turn on my background. I didn't turn my background music back on. Or should I use the should I use this one? Hard to say. The only ones that come to mind are instrumentals, oddly enough. Well, honestly, even if they don't have lyrics, if it's a song that means something to you, I think I'd still like to listen to it. I mean, I do like, how do I say this? I mean, like I like listening to instrumental music too, although usually in the form of like video game soundtracks, which Pollyanna also is. But yeah. I am, admittedly, the stream has been going on for quite a while and I am admittedly getting quite hungry, so I'm thinking that I am going to close up soon. Before that, I feel like there was something regarding the whole music thing or the arrangement that I was gonna say and forgot to say. I don't think I remember. Yeah, I don't think I remember. That's okay. There was one more thing that I wanted to talk about today, and it is unfortunately a bit of a heavier topic, not so lighthearted, but I feel like it's a bit of a difficult topic to approach, but I do feel like I should address it, just have it on the record. And what I want to talk about is my basically my boundaries as a streamer, and something a little concerning that's kind of happened behind the scenes in the last little while. So so basically in the last little while, how should I say this? I had a regular viewer who had been behaving parasocially toward me for some time. It wasn't anything egregious at first. I chose to tolerate it, I think, because I knew this person was you know, had like a rough past, I guess, and I figured that, you know, I would, you know, I tried to be, you know, understanding, and you know, things were okay at first, and then after a certain point, the parasocial behavior started escalating, and it culminated in their reaching out to me on a platform other than like Discord or YouTube, and sending me a message unsolicited, which I was not really comfortable with. And they announced that they perhaps a little ironically, it was a goodbye message that they were no longer going to be watching my streams for certain reasons. And the message itself was deeply parasocial in like a negative way. Like I ran this message by my friend Karis Euphranor, whom I trust very much, and he took one look at it and he was like, "This is parasocial," and like not in the way that a lot of people like use the word parasocial when they're like calling things parasocial, even when they're like they're not parasocial. Like this is like actually parasocial, and like in the negative way, and like people, and in the way that you're like trying to like insert people's like insert yourself into people's life decisions, which he said that as a VTuber, but like as a male VTuber is not something that that has happened to him, and we had a small discussion about how the different challenges that female VTubers have to face versus male VTubers, and we kind of came away from it agreeing that this incident was very much I think in a lot of ways a gendered incident. It's not something that necessarily would have happened to Axion or Karis, or would have been like a lot less likely to happen to them, but this person in question admitted that their reason for kind of behaving in this way and doing these things was that they felt that they had they felt a responsibility to protect me, which obviously is not their responsibility as my viewer. I think it can be, I think like only maybe like a couple of men out there can be said to have a responsibility to protect me. I think it's fair to say that those men could include my father, as well as my husband, and probably like not anyone else besides that. Like it is not any of my viewers to responsibility to protect me, or like insert themselves into my life choices. And that was just sort of an egregious violation of my boundaries, which perhaps I was not as explicit about as I could have been on stream. I felt that they were implicit, but maybe that was my mistake. I want to take the opportunity now to acknowledge that happened and try to be more explicit and firmer going forward. I think that without going into too many sort of like unnecessary details, I just want to behind like regarding the broader context as to what sort of like put these sort of events into motion, because there was something a reason for why this person felt the need to protect me, a perceived danger that wasn't actually there. And then I think the reason that they stopped watching my streams was because I, instead of capitulating to their desire to protect me, I instead, from their perspective, I sided with the other side instead of taking their side. And this person felt that there were sides, and I defended the other side instead of being willing to be protected by them. And I think that kind of soured it soured their image of me. And to that, I want to say a few things. The first thing I will say is that I think perhaps especially because I'm a woman, that I may seem generally nice and sweet to people, but that does not mean that I'm a weak person, and you should not mistake kindness or sweetness for like incompetency or fragility. I promise you that I am a strong person, and I know what I'm doing. And people who know me throughout the years, people who have known me well, have often complimented me for being a strong person. And under no circumstance should you engage in like backseating behavior or try to provide like unsolicited like criticisms of like my life choices and or things like that, or even just speculate about my personal life, because all of that is off limits when I'm like a VTuber, and like you're not someone who like knows me personally. And I know that might sound cold to say, but I think it needs to be said. I think that especially now that that person who is causing issues is no longer here, I think I can actually say with my whole chest that I like overall, I think I really like the community and the fan base that I've grown around me so far. I think there are a lot of people here who are really earnest and curious and inquisitive and genuine and motivated and intelligent and talented in their own right. And that's the sense I get from my viewers. And of course they say that chat reflects streamer, which implies that the reason you're here is because those are things that you see in me as well. And I'm just really thankful for all of that. But at the same time, the relationship is between like a viewer and a streamer is like not that of like between two friends. It's a little different than that. And I have a Discord server, and that it's pretty easy to join, and so it's not hard to contact me to outside of my streaming. Although one of the reasons when before I made my Discord server, one of the things that made me hesitate to do so was the possibility that people would abuse this channel of communication, and it maybe in like parasocial ways, which hasn't happened, or I mean it's happened, but like not through Discord. So what I'm trying to say is I'm right now I'm trying to clearly illustrate where the boundaries are. I think that if you're not someone who's been in my DMs, then you're probably not my friend. That's not to say that I don't like you or that we could not become friends in the future, but that you shouldn't like talk to me or treat me like we're friends until like that relationship pathway has been like properly established, so if you're not already my friend, I think it's okay to message me on Discord, like even in DMs, like especially if it's maybe like if you have like a philosophical question or something like that, but then again, I think it's like or maybe if you want to like share like some fan art or something like that stuff is fine, but like I think that stuff is just as well to share in public as well. But then I think like contacting me in private to like talk about like to like talk about like my personal, like contacting me in private to like talk about my like personal life and stuff like that if you're not my friend is like not okay. I see here that Fo says, hope you're listening, random guy, please readjust your angle in life. I don't think he's listening. I think he's long gone now, but I really appreciate your backup. It makes me happy. You've been strong through a lot of hard circumstances. I know, and thank you. That's scary. It was quite I'm not gonna lie, it did make me quite uncomfortable at the time. I was pretty disturbed. But I talked about it with Axe and Karis and my husband, and I think I feel a lot better about it now. Part of me, I think, felt I think the part that was most disturbing was the part that was the like the thing is like I'm like the kind of person that I think a lot about my image as a VTuber and as a public figure. Not everyone necessarily does, but this is something that's I've tried to be on the pulse of ever since my debut, being very cautious and conscious of the kinds of things I say, especially about myself on stream, the kinds of information I reveal, and when, in order to curate people's perception of me and have that be in line with my perception of like myself and like what I want like people to know and believe about me. These include things like the fact that I'm openly married, so I have a husband, and I talk about that on stream. His name is Leon. He's not only in my chat, he's like my moderator. He's on my Discord server as well. And I'm also open about having male friends, particularly like male VTuber friends whom I like collab with on stream, you know, Axion and Karis. I've been very calculated in presenting this information, and part of the reason for that is in hopes of staving off basically like unicorn behavior, like ultra parasocial behavior, because normally it's like female streamers who kind of like do like the girlfriend experience kind of thing that attract those kinds of fans, and I was kind of hoping that by doing the opposite, it would like circumvent all of that. And I think I was pretty shocked to find that despite being open about having a husband and about having male friends, something like that still ended up happening. I think I was kind of scared and quite disappointed and frustrated as well. Like basically what happened with that one person was like not on my bingo card of streaming at all. Like this, I did not expect something like that to happen, and especially not so soon after starting streaming, because I haven't even been streaming for 6 months yet. It's been like 5 months. It's been like 5 months, and I was like not prepared for that. So yeah. But after some time, but after having some time to think about it, I don't think I did anything. I don't think I did anything wrong, per se, like morally wrong, but nevertheless, I feel like I understand why it happened, and I think nowadays, I think going forward, all I can do is try to be more firm about my boundaries, and then just if people get the wrong idea about me anyway, then that isn't really my fault. Like, I don't have full control over what people think of me, but it doesn't have to be my problem, I guess. And on a related note, another boundary that I have is especially because I'm a philosopher VTuber. Sometimes on my streams, we will be having maybe like discussions about serious issues, and how do I say this? I think it needs to be understood that when we're having these discussions, there are certain like ground rules in place. Ground rules such as like you're not going to like personally attack other people involved in the discussion, whether it's me or you know, my interlocutor if I'm like debating somebody on stream. If you disagree with something that someone else has said, then your criticism has to be has to relate to like, you know, the content of their argument, like why you feel it is like philosophically or like logically like invalid, and not just be like attacking like the person behind the discussion, because that is also off limits. That has nothing to do with the philosophy. I honestly just thought that was obvious. And yet, you know, the person that was being parasocial, this was another boundary that they violated, and you know, which kind of shocked me when that happened too. How do I say this? I mean, I thought it should go without saying, but it apparently doesn't. When we're having philosophy discussions, that's just the time to talk about philosophy. It's like not the time to yeah, like attack people and make things unnecessarily personal. If I feel like I've given a lot of warnings about this, but like if you violate this boundary anyway, if you attack people that I work with and people that I obviously care about, despite my indications as to like otherwise, like that indications that I don't want this, I think that you like basically like you can expect me to get angry about it. Like, I'm not going to be happy, that's just I think that's the natural outcome of people violating this boundary. So, you know, this is something that I would like everyone to know. You know, please, yeah, be respectful here on Faire channel, even if you know, disagree with somebody's you know, arguments or philosophy. If what they're arguing is wrong or bad, that should stand on its own, even with you needing to call them names and say, like, you know, really mean, horrible things. Do we have a debates channel in Discord? There's actually not. There's a philosophy channel, but it's not for the purposes of debating, more just sharing ideas and light discussion. And the reason for that is I guess this is something I was thinking of, like, addressing more clearly in the nearish future, but the purpose of my Discord server is more of like a hangout space for me and like my friends, rather than like a debate server. So I think it is possible to have the misconception that like because I'm a philosopher VTuber, like I must enjoy and like want to debate people at all hours of the day, but like that's not the case. I think I think my approach is to kind of like want to do most of my philosophy on stream, and like and then just kind of like, and then when I'm not streaming, just kind of like let my hair down and chill with people on Discord. Like I just feel like I need a space to get away from the from the debate at times. More philosophy channel where debates can happen. Time to mandate all Tia subs watch this section. Well, we can't do that. I mean, if it comes up again, I guess I'll just talk about it again. And the point of like talking about this right now is not that all of my subscribers are gonna watch this. It's more that like, if somebody violates my boundaries in the future, they can't say like, well, that's not fair because you never talked about this, right? Because I can say, actually, no, I talked about this on this day and at this time, and you should refer back to this. That you should have known. You can't say that I'm just bringing on this on you out of nowhere. If need be, I can cover it again in the future, and that's fine. Why do we need competitive philosophy? That sounds counterintuitive. I mean, I think the thing is, like, debates. I think for me that there's a time and place for debates, simply because of my, you know, my mental health issues. Debates can take an emotional toll on me, and that's why I can't be doing them, like, at any, like, just any, all the time or at any given time. Like, I have to kind of, like, prepare and take care of myself in certain ways. But there is a time and a place for them. I think that they are very worthwhile to do when it comes to the right people and the right topics. I have done debates before, even on this very channel. If you look at my VODs, the last time was well, the most recent formal debate I've done was on my friend Axion's channel, where we debated questions relating to love on Valentine's Day. And on my channel, Ax and I did a debate on hate speech in January. It's quite a while ago now. So I've done it. I'm willing to do it, just like not. I can't do it every week though. You know what I'm saying? Debate me, bro. Can't imagine how miserable someone would want to debate people all day would be. Glad you know how to set limits. Yeah, like my friend Karis talks about like the whole thing with a debate, bro. Like some people who like make like debating other people, like how like their whole personality, and that's obviously like not him and not me. And yeah, I think people who do that are very much probably maybe spiritually missing something, at risk of sounding a little condescending. High edited video segment, debate battery real. Yeah, it is kind of like a subset of a social battery. There's like we have like a general social battery, and then like philosophers also have like a debate battery, and maybe for people who make philosophy, they're debating their whole personality. They have like a particularly large battery that never gets depleted. But I think people more like me and Karis, there needs to be a time and a place. I think that brings us to the end of the content for today's stream. Maybe I can just make a few quick notes here about future plans, like next week. So now that I've embarked on this like trauma healing journey, and by the way, earlier today I talked about the kind of work I did on myself over the last 2 weeks of hiatus, in order to heal and become a happier and better person. In case that's something you're interested in watching, you can always catch the earlier parts of the VOD. But given that I've started on all this, and I'm still in the middle of it technically, although a lot of the worst I think is over. This is about my plans for the month of April. I don't think I'm going to be streaming too much over the next month. I've sort of like ironed out my basic streaming schedule for the whole next month, and I think I foresee myself doing mostly 2 streams a week for the rest of the month, so that I just still have ample time to work on myself as need be, and to work on behind the scenes projects. There's still a lot that I want to do, especially art projects. I think I would very much like it if I just got to catch up on drawing and do a lot of drawing this coming month. And then the streams that I will do, I think, given that I'm now in a very different place personally than I was when I debuted, I see myself doing chatting streams less often than I did at the start. And when I do them, I think they're mostly going to have like a theme. Like I'm going to be talking about like a certain topic. Like it could be, because self-growth and mental health, like it was today, or it could be other things, as opposed to just being like talking about my life and telling like just general stories. And then that means the streams that I actually do, I think I'm gonna focus maybe a little more on gaming streams this month. I'm going to next week. Next week I don't think I'm going to be playing resuming Xenoblade X yet, because we still haven't done the post game of Xenoblade. I think that's going to resume. I think I can tell you now that the plan is to do that, to start chapter 13 on Monday, April 13th. Chapter 13 and the 13th of April. And then there's another game that I want to start, a small one, not a big one, this month as well. And yeah. I think that about covers it. And I can also say that when it comes to longer term plans, I think right now I find myself like questioning exactly what kinds of things I want to do as a VTuber now, because a lot of like my reasons for doing things before turned out to be caused by trauma, and like that's no good, and I'm trying to unlearn that. And now I feel like I have like a lot of like more like existential freedom than I had before. Now it's less about like, now I feel like I have fewer things that I feel like I absolutely have to do, which was a big part of my drive for doing things before. I felt like I have to do this to achieve a result, and it was like a lot of pressure, and it wasn't very healthy. And now I feel like I have more options, and I think I still need the time to take the time to figure out exactly what I want and what works for me, and how that translates to VTuber activities. So I can say that for the coming month, I wanna try focusing on art, I think, and then for longer term than that, we'll see. It's still up in the air. React streams. I don't think so. Can we get a gameplay of Stanley Parable where you psychoanalyze the narrator while you play? I actually... It's now... I apologize to any Stanley Parable narrator fans in chat. I actually hate the narrator from the Stanley Parable. I think he's really obnoxious. But so I don't think I'm gonna stream the game. But my friends Axe and Karis have both streamed the Stanley Parable on their channels. You can check out their playthroughs if you like. Karis in particular is like, he says like Stanley Parable is like, he likes the game so much, like it's like to the point that he says it was like an influence on him as a person. Like he's like obsessed with that game. And so is my husband Leon, actually, although Leon is not a streamer. LOL, how could you? He's best. Why he's so handsome? Handsome in what way? We don't know what he looks like, right? I think he's just like a disembodied voice in the game. Or maybe you're talking about his voice. If you want to like him, you know, go ahead. That's valid. I'm not trying to stop anyone else from liking him. It's just, you know, different people have different types, and he's not my type. That's all I can say. Draw stream though, is that what the people want? Yeah, I might still do an art stream at some point in the future. Oh, I see that Fo also said I got to hear great music and singing, so call me a happy camper. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll stream it on your channel. No, what? Why? You know what? I do not give you my permission to do that. Okay, this is getting silly. I think I'm gonna end stream in just a moment. Yeah, so the schedule for next week will probably come up on Sunday, as usual. So I think, like, in some ways, I'm still kind of like on semi hiatus right now. Like I will be streaming, but it's not like, this is just still not my final form though. I'm still very much things are very much still in flux. I'm still figuring myself out and what kind of content I want to do, and that's just, you know, how it is. I would have preferred, especially in the beginning, manifesting to the public as a fully formed Faire, but that's not what happened. So it is what it is. That's what is happening now. So yeah, still in semi hiatus. Still working on myself, figuring things out a lot. A lot is still up in the air and undecided, and just you know, for those of you who are here and who have been here, all I can say is that I'm glad to have you along for the journey, and I'll be very grateful and very honored if you keep sticking with me. I need to catch up on what's RE here? Resident Evil? The vibrations of his bouncing off his jawline really signals how handsome he is. Okay, I would pay good money to see Leon stream the new Resident Evil. Have you played the new Resident Evil, Ed? I think you can answer that on Discord if you want. I think I'm gonna go. I gotta get something to eat. This was Faire channel. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you next time.